Hello, everyone. Welcome to the MHTTC Grief Sensitivity Virtual Learning Institute. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to get started in just a moment. In the meantime, we welcome you to find water or tea. We welcome you to stretch, get settled in, and know that we'll begin here in just a moment. It's always nice to know where folks are calling in from and who we are sharing this beautiful space with today. So I invite you to enter your name, location, and role in the chat box. I already see a lot of familiar names on the participant list from those who were with us here yesterday for day one. And I can tell you that today is going to be just as wonderful as yesterday. So I'm happy that many of you have come back. If you weren't able to join us yesterday, just know that we did record our entire day one yesterday, and the recordings will be made public on our website within 2 weeks. Thank you so much for introducing yourselves in the chat. We're a couple minutes past the top of the hour, and I think our team is ready to go, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, for those of you who are just jumping into the room, welcome to the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network's third Grief Sensitivity Virtual Learning Institute. In short, that's our MHTTC GSVLI. We are incredibly thrilled to have you here with us today. And again, if you haven't already, we welcome you to enter your name, location, and role into the chat box. My name is Jessica Gonzalez, and I'm the Associate Director with the MHTTC Network Coordinating Office, and I also manage our MHTTC School Mental Health Initiative. I am so excited to be here today and see so many of you. I mean, we have currently right now over 400 participants in the room with us. Happy to share this space with you for our Grief Sensitivity Virtual Learning Institute Day 2, with a special focus on school violence and grief. If we go to the next slide, I'll just go over a few logistics with you just to help you get settled in nicely. As you can see, today's interface is through Zoom webinar. There is just one link that you will use throughout the entire day, the link that you're using right now, to be in this space. We welcome you to come in and out throughout the day. We also do have the chat box enabled to support engagement from and with our audience. So we invite you to share ideas, resources, and thoughts that resonate with you in the chat box throughout your experience with us. Please also make sure to send what you would like to share with everyone to all attendees and panelists. And also note that while we welcome you to share what is resonating or what is connecting with you from the presentations, we do not welcome any speech that evokes harm or that is not productive. If you have any specific comments for our panelists or event staff, you can select hosts and panelists only from the chat dropdown. And we're happy to help you if you have any tech issues. You can directly chat tech help into the chat box, and one of our lovely staff will be ready to assist you. We also have the Q&A box open and available for your questions. So we welcome you to submit questions for our panelists at any point today. And you may have noticed this already when you joined our event, but we are recording our event today, and we plan to make the recordings available on our event page within 2 weeks from today. And we are not offering CEUs today, but we will be sending out an email to those who attend at least 3 hours of our event today to access a certificate of attendance. And last but not least, you can access closed captioning by clicking the CC button on the bottom of your Zoom interface. And we invite you to follow us on social media and post about our event today as you join in. I know that's a lot of information, so our staff will post reminders of the information I just shared in the chat box throughout the session. But again, if you have any questions, please feel free to just go into that chat box and ask us for help. Here we have a quick disclaimer that we're grateful to be funded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and we want to be clear that what is expressed by our GSVLI faculty and staff today is theirs. Now let's take a quick moment to learn about who we are. This programming is brought to you for a third year now by the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network, also known as the MHTTC Network. As you can see, we are a dynamic network of 10 regional centers and a network coordinating office. Our network accelerates the adoption and implementation of mental health related evidence-based practices across the nation. And so we do that by developing and disseminating resources, providing free, local, and regional training and technical assistance to heighten the awareness, knowledge, and skills of the mental health and school mental health workforce. I hope that you'll take a moment to learn more about our work by visiting our website, mhttcnetwork.org, and explore the many, many trainings and resources that we have available to support the mental health and school mental health workforce free of cost. And now, without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic to Leora Wolf-Prasan, who is my beautiful colleague and fearless planning lead for this event, and she will introduce us to our day.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning or afternoon or wherever this finds you. My name is Leora, she, hers. I'm the school mental health lead for the Pacific Southwest MHTTC, but for today, part of the GSVLI planning team. If you are noting that my voice is a little muffled, it's because I am battling a beautiful cold because it is winter here in the Bay Area in California, which means it's 65 degrees. Anyway, good morning. So happy to be here. We are day 2. For some of you who were with us yesterday in day 1, can we just give a moment for how incredibly powerful day 1's learning, day 1's teachings, day 1's resources, day 1's space was. Thank you, all of you, for showing up and creating such a vibrant learning experience and deepening our grief sensitivity. If you are having a little bit of FOMO because you weren't able to be here all day yesterday, the recordings of day 2, the recordings of day 1 and day 2 will be on our website. All of the slides are on our website, and our staff will continue to post it over and over and over again. Our team is here for you. I'm going to do an intro in a second, but I want to say this very clearly. Our team is here for you to resource, get you all of the logistics things so that you can be present for the learning. The certificates, the recordings, the decks. We got you. Ask us for them in the Q&A so that you can be grounded and present for the learnings. Taking a breath. There are some of us who are in the grief world all the time, and we talk about grief and violence all the time, and so we might have a nervous system that's a little bit more adapted to it. There are some of us where this is a newer conversation, or for some of us, which this is a incredibly embodied somatic experience to be talking about grief and violence. Our theme this year is focus. This is our 3rd GSVLI, and our theme this year is focused on violence. And day 2 today is specifically for you folks, you, me, us, who work with school communities, for school communities, in whatever way that lands, either in schools with young people organizing on the ground, as school site leadership, or in districts and counties, in larger ways to support those who are supporting, or in departments of education, broader community-based organizations. However, we identify the school mental health workforce as anyone who is purposed in supporting the mental health of young people and the people who serve young people. So today's focus is that and us, and the conversation all throughout today will be on school violence prevention, intervention, and postvention's intersections with grief. How might we be grief-focused when we're thinking about preventing violence, grief-focused and attuned when we're intervening violence, and grief-focused and attuned when we're holding space after experiences of violence. I want to also note that today is a day where we think about, and I'm seeing in the chat for some of you who were here with us yesterday, that the conversation about grief in its intersections of violence yesterday felt heavy, hard, heavy, but also necessary. And that's actually exactly where the word grief comes from. The root of the word grief in English is actually Latin for making heavy or having weight, right? It's also connected to a wrong or grievance or injustice. So the word grief holds both heaviness, weight, and a call-in to a wrong or to an injustice. Nelba opened us beautifully yesterday, thinking about that pairing. Today, Roberto will do the same, as will all of our speakers, in their each beautiful and unique ways. We at GSVLI have been playing with this definition of grief on the left-hand side, that it is a response to the experience of loss, not necessarily the response to a death, but the response to loss. So it expands our definition and it asks us to think about what school communities, what kinds of losses are school communities grappling with, holding, not holding, handling, not handling, validating, not validating. I think about yesterday's session on gender-based violence and interpersonal violence, and how one of our speakers said, one of the most powerful things is to say, I believe you. So I want to welcome us all today to do a check-in of, in our school communities, how often are we saying to young people who are holding hurt, I believe you? Or people who are holding young people holding hurt, I believe you. And how might we carry that with us to expand our worldview, to expand our worldview. I want to note before we move into the next piece, I want to note that today is also, again, Dia de los Muertos in an expansive way. If you honor that and come from that tradition, but it's a way to honor the adults who have gone into another world. And in light of that invitation, just like we did yesterday, I want to invite us to create a virtual ofrenda or a virtual altar, to, in the chat box, name, and this is a little different than yesterday, but to name a young person who you would like to dedicate today's learning to. It could be a former student, it could be a student who has died, it could be a student who is grappling with life, it could be a young person in yourself who needs to be held in a different way. You can put their names or you can make it anonymous. And I'm just offering a moment for us to see all of the names come in, all the names come in. All throughout today, if you're feeling a moment of not being able to think or feel at the same time, maybe overfeeling and underthinking, or overthinking and underfeeling, really invite you to put the name of that person right in front of you, to center yourself on that person. What would they need you to do in this moment? Do they need you to take a break? Do they need you to be in deep study? Do they need you to sit in discomfort? Thank you. Thank you. I want to offer a reminder, just like we did yesterday, but I want to offer a reminder that we are in a wildly beautiful virtual space, which means that some of us are offering personal things to people that we don't know. So in light of that, and we're practicing this right now, we don't need to respond to anyone. We can hold them and hold space for them. And we also, when we're offering something in the chat, we're trusting you as a team, as a community, with discernment that what you offer is public. And if you would not like to have it public, you can always in chat drop down to hosts and panelists, and we will hold it as staff for you so that you can both name, but also potentially not be named. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for this beautiful altar. Thank you. Let's move forward. Okay. What a last piece before we move forward. The deck for today is on our website. This is a beautiful poem by Kathy Fish. We don't have necessarily all the time to read it, but I welcome you to read it in your own time. This idea that we in 2023 are in a place right now where so many of our young people and the staff who hold them are experiencing what it feels like to not have predictability, to not have safety, and to potentially have the reality that that there is deep violence in their lives. And we also know that there are young people where that has been the norm for many, many years, generations, because of structural inequity. So today we hold all of it. We hold that we are in a time in our country where we have to purpose and centralize grief so that we can purpose and centralize healing. We're going to walk through our learning today and how that might feel. Just like yesterday, sessions might feel too short, they might feel too long, it might feel too much, it might feel too little. We're offering it, and it's yours to take what you need. In a little bit, we'll be welcoming our keynote today, Roberto Rivera, who is a thought leader, fighter for grief justice, healing, and youth voice in our country. We'll then go through the day one more time. We'll have two panels, one on grief-sensitive crisis response approaches, one on what it means to be culturally humble in our grief work in schools, and then a workshop at the end of today. And we will continue all throughout the day to let you know where to get all the things and how to access all the things. Okay, a couple more pieces, and Roberto, I'm going to cue you probably about 2 more minutes, a couple more pieces. Just like yesterday, these are the values. These are the values that our Mental Health Technology Transfer Center network holds true to all of our programming. So when we were planning GSVLI, this is what was at the forefront, and this is what we've asked every speaker to hold true. It's also what we ask all of you to hold true. That our comments, our responses, our invitations are strength-based and hopeful, that we are healing-centered and trauma-informed, that we are respectful, clear, and understandable. And just like Jessica offered us at the beginning, we want to make sure that everything that we put in chat, all questions asked, are from a place of deep respect and also knowing how vulnerable it is to put one's learning and expertise and thoughts out in public in a way. So I'm going to trust that we can create a vibrantly caring and loving community. And if there are some folks who might be challenging that, we're going to ask you to show up in our network in a different way and find another way to be a part of the conversation. We've got a lot of resources. One of them I want to point to is our faculty curriculum, our CV. I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to drop that. Our team put together, we went through all of the speakers from yesterday and today and all of their good works. Roberto's 70 million TED Talks that he's done. No, I'm just kidding. But at least some of them, but all of them. So if some of you are hungry for more, which I know you will be, it is all there for you and for you to extend your learning. And last, but very much not least, some of us are here as grievers ourselves, as we saw in who we're dedicating to. Some of us are here because we want to be grief allies and deepen our skill set. And we can move to the next piece on resourcing ourselves. We have hotlines if you are feeling like you need immediate and acute support. And I also want to offer the new offering, which is help texts, hard to say. You can sign up for text messages to support you in your grief journey along many different types of grief and along grief anniversaries. But most importantly, water, tea, stretch, know that we're here for you, and please private message us if you need support. On that note, speaking of someone who is a support, I am so grateful to ground our day with Roberto's voice and your teaching, Roberto. Healing and thriving in tumultuous times, that is hard to say, tumultuous times. And I want to offer this quote, one of the articles that Roberto, that's linked in the CV, one of the articles that Roberto wrote, this line that has struck me, and this is going to be my intro to you, and then you can intro yourself. Roberto wrote, deep in the pandemic, what if this current crisis allows the systems of public education to turn towards the assets and cultural capital present in the students and communities they represent? And what if this is the medicine that public education needs to remedy the inequities that it has been perpetuating for centuries? So on that call in, I hand it to you, Roberto. Thank you so much. You'll see my face in about 30 minutes to signal that it's time to close.
Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing? I hope y'all are doing well. It's morning, I know, on the West Coast, late morning here in the Midwest, afternoon on the East Coast. And I saw we have some people from Afghanistan. Good night, and thank you for joining us here. So I am so excited to be in this space. Before I get started, can we give a big round of applause for all the organizers who helped to make this event possible? Let's show them a little bit of emoji love. Again, my name is Dr. Roberto Rivera. I am a co-founder and executive director of the Alliance for the Seventh Generation. We're an international non-for-profit historically based out of Chicago, Illinois. And our mission is to co-create thriving educational ecosystems by, for, and with students, staff, and familia, with families and community. And it's wonderful to be here and to share my keynote, which is called Healing and Thriving in Tumultuous Times. Making space for post-grief growth in ourselves and schools. So I'll define post-grief growth a little bit here in a minute, but as Leota was suggesting, we are living in some tumultuous times. There's been a significant loss of life here in the US. The current read is 1.18 million people have died from COVID-19, according to Worldometer. We know there's been a disproportionate impact of this on communities of color, again, revealing the inequities in our systems and how it's failing folks of color. In addition, we know that students have suffered a significant loss. Over 180,000 have lost a parent or a guardian. And this research came out in 2021. That number has gone up. And this does not include abuelitas and abuelitos and grandparents and other close family members or relatives. In addition, we're all having to contend with war and violent conflict in the world today, thinking about Ukraine and the crossfire currently happening in Palestine and Israel. In addition, there's been mass murders. I just saw the ofrenda that Leota shared in her slide of Vulvade, also thinking about Buffalo, more recently Maine. I know we have some people from Maine in the house, and our hearts go out to you all. And if that weren't enough, also we're contending with the extrajudicial murder of people of color by white police officers without due process. Research also indicates there's been a deterioration in mental health and well-being in our students, according to America's Promise Alliance. And also, Surgeon General report came out saying 76 of adult staff report at least one mental health condition, which is up 17 percentile points in the last 2 years, and 84% report workplace conditions contributing to at least one mental health challenge. So if it's not been us directly, indirectly, we're seeing folks being impacted by traumatic stress and by grief, but these two things aren't exactly the same. I want to quickly shout out my sister, Dr. Shereen Hannigan Martinez, who made me hip to the work of F. Weller and his book, The Wild Edge of Sorrow, Rituals of Renewal and the Sacred Work of Grief. Check out that book. It's a great resource. And he defines grief. He says this in kind of differentiating trauma and grief. Trauma always carries grief, though not every grief carries trauma. Therefore, grief work is the primary ingredient in the resolution of trauma. And so I'm just honored to be here in this work with you all today and centering grief. I again want to invite us to be fully present, mind, heart, body. And so I want to again welcome us to taking a collective breath in and fully arriving. And I want to also just get us to also take a posture of being curious. Maybe you'll learn something today you didn't know before. Maybe you'll be reminded of something that you know already is important. And maybe you'll even be inspired to act on that in a new way. So a real generic definition of grief coming from APA, although I like the definition Leota just shared. Grief is the anguish experienced after significant loss. Again, that idea of loss. Usually the death of a beloved person. And so there's different kinds of losses and different ways that we can lose someone who's beloved. It could be sickness. It could be homicide. There's also grief that comes with the loss of physical or mental health. Loss of the physical or mental health of someone you love. And then there's this notion of vicarious grief, the state of having suffered a vicarious loss. A vicarious event is one that is experienced through imaginative or sympathetic participation in the experience of another person. Bomb, 1987. Just reflecting too, when I saw the ofrenda of Ulvade, I remember exactly where I was. I was on a date with my partner and she got up to use the bathroom and I checked my phone and I saw the faces of all these babies who had been murdered. And I just started crying. I just started crying in the restaurant, thinking about their families, looking at these kids that look so much like my own children. We're also contending with loss due to communal or institutional violence. Many of my colleagues, we contend that gentrification is a form of institutional and societal violence against communities of color. There's also been loss due to race, ethnicity, gender-based violence. I know we're gonna have a workshop about that later, but folks being inhibited from opportunities or being having some violence acted against them verbally or physically. There's also been loss when you lose a job or when the dynamics of your job have been drastically changed as we've all experienced during COVID-19. So I wanna share this idea with you that's in the title of this keynote, post-grief growth. And I define this as a phenomenon where grief serves as a catalyst to enhancing interpersonal relationships, developing a clear sense of purpose, and cultivating empowerment that allows for individuals and communities to heal and thrive. So this idea of post-grief growth, it draws on different research, one being post-traumatic growth, but also from the work of this scholar, Teitelbaum. She wrote a book called The Courage to Grieve, the classic guide to creative living, recovery, and growth through grief. And Judy Teitelbaum says the highest level of grieving is being able to do something creative with your grief. And so I'll have you to kind of consider this as we proceed with this keynote here today. Some of the key questions that I hope that we can start to address in this short period together is how do we honor the transformative power and wisdom of grief in our lives? And secondly, how do we create spaces in our educational institutions for experiences of post-grief growth to occur more regularly? Now, what brings me to this work is not just extensive research with folks in education systems who are grieving. What brings me to this work is also very personal. So I'd like to just share a story about my little brother, Ali Gabriel Clemente Rivera. We just call him Gabe for short. He's a little boy who was born when my mom was 43. He was born with Down syndrome and later with autism. He had the gift of going into a room, finding the grouchiest, grumpy Grinch you could imagine, and going and saying hi, giving him a hug. And before he was done, they were smiling and laughing. Unfortunately, my parents divorced when he was born. My father moved back to Nicaragua. So in addition to being a big brother, I was like that positive male role model, like a father figure for him. So every week we would have what we call Brother Day. We would read books, we might snuggle, we might listen to music and dance, or if he was lucky, we'd go to Chuck E. Cheese. And he loved basketball. And I think his autism actually was an asset because he played the basketball game and he would make like every single shot. So he'd have a whole audience of people watching him because he would just be in the zone, making those shots. And we have like Dead Sea Scrolls worth of tickets as a result. And so I was so excited to help teach him how to actualize his dreams, maybe get him in the Special Olympics, help him to be independent one day. And little did I know that my brother would become a teacher for me. So he would later be diagnosed with ALL leukemia. And so this photo was actually taken while he's in the hospital. His hair's falling out from the chemotherapy. He's swollen. You don't see that he's connected to a mechanical octopus of catheters and IVs, but we're having Brother Day. They're in the hospital and he's just dropping what I call a joy bomb right there. And I snapped this picture. And so my brother would end up teaching me that the most important thing, the most powerful thing in this world is love. He would teach me that hope is best seen with the backdrop of hardship. And finally, he would teach me that our lives are not about how many days we have in our lives, but how much life we have in our days. So my brother would end up passing away in my arms, giving out his last breath. And when he passed away, familia, this was a time that was just, I was overwhelmed with this burden of grief. I didn't know which way was up, which way was down. I needed to connect with my community. I needed brothers to check in on me every single day. I started connecting to my spirituality, and I came across some wisdom literature that said, you know, the Creator can make all things work out for the good for those who love him and are called according to his name. And I said, okay, Creator, how could good come out of a little boy dying? And so I just took that wisdom literature and I just held it in the headlock. I was like, let's wait, let's see. And I remember during this time, we went to the funeral and so many people came out to pay their respects. The whole place was packed. And one of the gentlemen that came through was a gentleman who was a social entrepreneur. And he had different organizations. He had started one organization that occupational therapy and speech therapy, physical therapy for kids who are differently abled. And he gave me his card. He said, hey, I hear you have a background in education. When things calm down, reach out. I'd love to connect with you. I put it in my suit coat and kind of forgot about it. After the funeral, we were all struck by this grief. My wife in particular was on the verge of dropping out of graduate school. She was going after her master's degree. One of the classes she needed to take and complete was social entrepreneurship. And I said, don't drop out. Let's figure out a way where we can work you through this class. So she had to do a social entrepreneurial business plan. And as I mentioned before, I had a background in education, working with youth and out of school time and in school days, using hip hop as a modality. So we wrote different hip hop theatrical productions, did different festivals. And I said, what if we could do something in educational spaces, in schools? What if we created a curriculum that engaged youth in strength-based, culturally relevant ways? What if we could treat them not as an object to be changed, but as an agent of change? So we created this whole social entrepreneurial business plan. And in the plan, we had a manager for the office and a director for audio video departments and a director for events. Now, did we have the money to pay these folks and hire these folks? Absolutely not. We were just dreaming. And I started to feel like I was coming alive a little bit. And then I remembered that I had this card of this guy who wanted to have a conversation. So I called him up, spoke with his secretary, and she said, you know, he's really busy. First time I can get you in was April 12th. And what she didn't know was April 12th was my brother's birthday. He would have turned 9. So April 12th, I show up and I meet with them and I just start sharing my heart. I'm like, man, a lot of kids who are falling in the cracks, you know, they're asking, am I smart? We need to be asking them, how are you smart? And some of these forms of intelligence manifest in different elements of hip hop. You know, if we can make learning relevant to their lives and their communities, I think we can engage them. And he said, this is very intriguing. Do you have anything written down? And I reached in my bag and I pulled out a 187-page business plan and I gave it to him. So right then and there, he puts on the glasses and starts reading for about 20 minutes. It was an awkward 20 minutes just waiting there in silence. But finally, he takes off the glasses, puts down the business plan, says, young man, I'm going to help you in creating this business, and we're going to do this to honor your brother. I go outside of his office, spring day, still dew on the grass. The sun comes out from behind a cloud, and I don't want to be weird, but I hear the voice of the Creator, this still small voice within me. And it says, I have just begun to work out good from your brother's death. 30 days later, I have an office, I have a full staff, and we are moving in this direction of engaging young people in strength-based, culturally relevant ways. And I had to process all that had transpired. And part of what helped me to process what was happening was to write a rap verse. So I want to share this with you today. I've never shared this in public. And it goes like this. I remember the day when I received the call and heard my brother Gabe wasn't doing well at all. What started out first as just a little rash was a sign of something worse below the surface. I made a dash and in a flash got to the hospital, showed up to hear the diagnosis of the impossible. The improbable obstacle is what we were facing, a cancerous equation no answers could be replacing. Why was this little boy only at the age of 8 having to deal with the battle with such a tragic fate? I wish I could take the weight and take his place. I'd rather see me staring death in the face. But we all became amazed as he demonstrated strength and realized the real battle was us having to wait. trying to maintain in the midst of the hurricane. We connected with our anchor and it was sure to ease the strain. The wind and the rain caused strain and it was plain that when his breath slipped away, he escaped the pain. But we remained there and everything was quiet, but inner turmoil crashed just like a riot. Left with so many questions, I couldn't deny it. But at the grave one day, I felt the tide start to bust. And in the midst of crying, peace began to awaken, and I became a big brother to a generation. And so what I began to realize, familia, is that the work that I needed to lean into moving forward was to be done. These curricula that we were going to create was to be created in the heart and with the love of a big brother. And so this grief, this fire, this pain that came into my life ended up becoming a propane or a fuel that led me towards healing and impacting my community in a new way. And so I'm curious, have you in your family community, or maybe in your education community, maybe it was a colleague, a student, or a school leader, have you known someone who has experienced wisdom, new insights, or transformation as a result with their experience with grief? You could just put it in a name. Maybe it's a situation that happened. It doesn't need to be very detailed. I want to invite you to put something in the chat. And I'm curious, as you're considering this, to also ponder, did they do something creative with that grief somewhere in their process? Did they create art? Did they create a business idea or an idea for a community-based organization? Did they get a new idea? Or did they act on an old idea in a new way that they hadn't done before? So I want to invite you to just put something in the chat if it comes to mind, if you've seen this before. Beautiful Me curriculum, The Purpose of Pain. Started to love others who needed healing. Created a nonprofit. Much love, Jen. Yes. Inspired to complete your album. Beautiful. Please continue to participate in sharing some of your thoughts and ideas. And we're going to continue. So I began this journey where I believe that young people who were undergoing grief and trauma, I believe that they didn't just need to be relegated to surviving, but that they could thrive. And so I started delving into the research. I started asking people who were world leaders in positive youth development and thriving to mentor me. People like the late great Peter Benson and Peter Scales and folks at the Search Institute. And so they identified 3 different nutrients that young people need in order to thrive. One, they need to have relationships, positive developmental relationships with adults other than parents that they can go to in a time of crisis. 2 is young people need to know they have a spark, something that they're good at, something that they're passionate about. 3, they need to know they have a voice, to have opportunities to give that voice and choice in the places and spaces that they're a part of. The research is clear. Young people who have these 3 things do better psychologically, social emotionally, and academically. So the researchers conclude if you have these 3 things, you're going to be thriving in school and work and in life. But the outcomes are dismal. In this study, with 3,000 youth, representative of the demographics of youth throughout the nation, so they generalize it, they conclude only 7% of our babies have these 3 things. Or put another way, 93% of our young people are relegated to surviving and are not thriving. And this study was done in 2010. Do you think these numbers have improved in the last 13 years? They maybe have gotten worse. So myself and Dr. Juan Carlos Arrauz out of the Bay, we took our combined 50 years of experience working with young folks, and we tried to operationalize this framework so that we could have 70, 80, 90% or more of our young people thriving under our care. So we wrote this chapter talking about culturally relevant and critically conscious thriving. How do we operationalize this? This was put in a book called Keeping Students Safe and Helping Them Thrive, co-edited by David Osher, Rob Jagers, and a couple others. And what we contend is we need to have critical relationships, That means these positive developmental relationships that's really centered on fostering strong racial cultural identities and nurturing critical consciousness. The young people need to be engaged in ways that are culturally relevant and finding their sparks. We need to discover and develop these talents in youth and communities and help them to use these aptitudes to heal individually and collectively. That we don't just want symbolic forms of youth and voice engagement, we need authentic voices. We want to engage youth and communities in ways that fosters authentic agency and responsibility so they're exercising real decision-making power in these spaces and places they're connected to. And so as an offering and a gift to you all here in this beautiful community, I want to invite you to pull out your phone. I know IG is probably popping up, Facebook and stuff, so don't get distracted, but this is the chapter, and you can read how these ideas are operationalized in different case studies other than what I'm going to be sharing with you today. So take that as a gift. We'll also make that available in some follow-up materials. And since a lot of conversation and a lot of presentations talks about relationships, I want to talk a little bit more specifically about cultural sparks and relevantly discovering and developing the talents and passions of youth and communities and supporting these aptitudes in these folks to heal individually and collectively. If you're willing to go a little higher with me, say higher. A little deeper with me in this conversation, say deeper. Awesome. So Sparks comes from the work of Dr. Peter Benson. And put very simply, it's something that a young person is good at, passionate about. For a teenager, it might even get them out of bed in the morning, which if you're a parent or you're an auntie or uncle and you know teenagers, that's no small feat. The research is also clear that the #1 area for sparks in young people in the United States is the arts. And secondly, is athletics. And check out these outcomes. This research study with over 3,000 youth indicates that youth who spend time on their sparks, they do better academically. How many of us like that outcome? They have a decrease in depression. And their communities see a drop in violence. Put both hands in the air if you like these outcomes. However, when we have budget cuts, what are the first things to be cut? Arts and athletics. And the research also indicates that only 50% of adolescents even know they have a spark. Fewer have the support or the place to go to nurture that spark into a flame. And if you don't feed and nurture that spark, what eventually happens? It goes out. So I think part of the problem is sometimes the sparks of our youth, they manifest in different cultural expressions that are different than our own. So either A, we don't see them, or 2, we see them, but we interpret them as being a threat. So as one example, I want to share how the culture of hip hop, which turned 50 this year, has different sparks and elements of expression and how these connect with Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. So the DJ, the beatboxer, that's a form of music smart. MCing, poetry, word smart, graffiti, or more politically correct, known as aerosol art, picture smart, breaking, popping, juking, I don't know, maybe twerking, we put that in there too. Body smart. Street knowledge is environment smart. Spiritual element, there's blues and gospel impulses in hip hop. Howard Gardner calls that big question smart. There's street entrepreneurship, learning to make $1 out of 15 cents, number smart. Promoter has got to be people smart. So in hip hop, everybody has a role to make the party work. If you're a DJ, you're playing the music. MC, you're moving the crowd. If you're breaking or dancing, maybe you're performing or just having fun. Graffiti, maybe you're doing the flyer. If you're the promoter, maybe you're handing the flyer out. Street knowledge, someone's got to figure out the venue. Big question smart. Maybe this is connected to some purposeful charity event or something like that. Street entrepreneurship. Who's collecting the money at the door, making sure everybody who needs to get paid gets paid. In hip hop, everybody has a role. And if we want our schools to become places of thriving, all of our young people need to have a role in making this thing work. Put a different way, these forms of expression are different expressions of linguistical capital. Terra Yoso talks about this notion of community cultural wealth, saying that income is only one form of wealth, but our youth and our communities can be wealthy and rich in 6 different ways. So linguistical capital is not just a language or dialects that you speak, but also can be the way that you express yourself. Could be MCing, DJing, breaking graffiti, could be photography, could be videography. Then there's resistant capital. When we are burned by the fires of oppression, what do we do with that fire? Do we use that fire to fight with fire? We start firing on somebody? Do we use that fire only to escape? Or do we use that fire to illuminate new possibilities, to change the climate and culture of our communities and institutions? Do we engage in transformative resistance? Navigational capital. Many of our education systems were calibrated for a different majority population of youth to thrive. Up until 2014, that was white students. Things have changed after 2014. Now we have a majority students of color. And so how do our young people navigate through these spaces and not lose a sense of who they are? And that's where social capital is so important. Folks like you who can help these young folks to navigate, to have still a strong sense of self, and to learn to survive and thrive. Then we have familial capital, not just the people you're in relations with who are your relatives, but people who have a common value system, belief system as you do. And then we have aspirational capital, learning to dream beyond our current context. I don't have a lot of time here today, but part of my story is I was told I was learning to fish in an elementary school. No one ever asked the question if I was speaking a different language at home other than English. So the fact that someone like me got a PhD, I mean, that's beyond my biggest dream. And I can tell you it was my community cultural wealth. It was people like you who encouraged me to graduate earlier this year. So if folks start to tap into these assets and into these forms of wealth, they can start to experience cultural resilience, which Klaus and Ehler says is how a person's cultural background supports, values, and community experiences help facilitate the process of overcoming adversity and using a culturally focused form of adaptation. In a sense, those assets give us the capability of taking the pain in our lives and turning that into a fuel or a propane towards healing ourselves and potentially even healing our systems and our communities. This can take place in schools, even in the inner city, even in places that experience tremendous violence. So I wanted to share a quick case study about the west side of Chicago, a neighborhood called Lawndale. And in Lawndale, in one particular school, they thought they were going to be hip, and they wanted all the youth to do service learning projects before they graduated. Now, the problem with that, or the challenge, was none of the youth were doing the service learning projects. So they called us in. We came in like the Youth Development Navy SEALs, and we did something very complicated. You need to have like 3 different PhDs just to do this. We started asking questions to the kids and listening to their responses. I know this is very complex stuff. And what we found out is the youth were buying into the master narrative about their community being the worst community in Chicago. The Chicago Tribune called Lawndale the millstone around the neck of the city. And the youth were like, why are we going to do a service learning project? We can't do nothing. But what they were disconnected from was the story of what happened even to their school, that their school was created by 14 people who went on a hunger strike. So we got them to interview these folks. And these hunger strikers are like, no, you can change your reality. In addition to that, a lot of the youth were prolific poets and dancers and artists, but they didn't think they were smart. And so we said, nah, it's not, are you smart? It's how are you smart? And these are different forms of intelligence. And then we still felt this heaviness. So I remember at one point in time, I asked the question, I said, raise your hand if you've seen somebody shot or nearly beaten to death. Every single hand went up in the classroom. I was like, okay. So then we started bringing in local artists and helping these young people to express themselves to share their blue stories, to again, draw from it a near tragic, near comic lyricism, right? And pretty soon youth are filling up entire journals with creative poetry and rap and visual art. And they have all this content. So they decided to do an open mic. They do it at a church, supposed to last an hour. They invited the community, the whole community came out. This thing lasted for 5 hours. And then, you know, young folks, they started dreaming big. They said, they said, big bro, we want to do a block party in between two gang territories. If you know Chicago, this is on the corner of Ogden and Hamlin, right? So in between two serious gang territories, they want to do MC battles. Instead of battling each other, they're battling topics in the community that are hurting the community. They did a graffiti mural, and the phrase was, justice is what love looks like in public. And then they wanted to have a dance battle. They wanted to have performances. They put together a press release. It's like out of a movie. Curtis Blow, legendary hip hop artist who did the song, These Are the Breaks. He heard about this and he said he was gonna come perform. So now the young folks are on all these media outlets. They're on KISS 103.5 on a Friday at 6, over 1 million listeners. And they're rebranding their community as a place of beauty and brilliance and being asset rich. And people are calling and excited. And one guy calls, he said, man, this is amazing. I want to see Curtis Blow. But I got to be honest, I'm afraid. I know Lawndale has a lot of violence. Is it going to be safe? And one of our students, Luis, said, oh, yeah, sir, it's going to be safe. We have 2 lines of security. And I look at Luis, I said, 2? Because I only know about 1. So the day of the event, people are coming in from all over the city. I'm going to be honest, it's tense. People coming from opposing gang territories. The security's overwhelmed. It looks like something's about to pop off. Then all of a sudden, a little bus shows up and all these grandmas, abuelitas, start coming out. They have yellow shirts that says security's missing an eye. I'm not telling you a lie. So they have the shirt that says security. And so they come out, they're throwing their chaklas, their flip-flops, giving people the evil eye. Do you think there was any violence that transpired that day? Not at all, not at all. And so the highlight for me, of course, I love seeing Curtis Blow, but it was so beautiful to see that the teens wanted the children to also have their voice heard. And this was one of the highlights for me. Check this out. Oh. So one of my mentors, Sean Ginwright, he says that one of the tragedies of oppression is people lose the capacity to dream. And what we realize is the city and this community in particular had lost that, had atrophied that ability to dream. And what you see happening there is like a defibrillator reactivating that capability to dream. And so the firehouse behind this young lady, the community realizes is abandoned and that these young folks need a place to go. So they end up working with the youth and turning this abandoned fire station to the Firehouse Community Arts Center with dance studios, music programs, culinary arts. They've had different celebrities, Chance the Rapper, different basketball players. Needless to say, all the youth involved with this graduated, many matriculated to college, some even went to grad school. And the school saw all this, what was happening, they realized they couldn't create policies that were misaligned with the realities of the youth. So now they have a youth council helping to co-create policies and help in the firing and hiring of staff. And do you think that climate has been transformed? Absolutely. So a couple of quick questions as we bring this to an end. One, do you see any evidence of any community cultural wealth? And do you see any evidence of post-grief growth, any enhanced relationships, any sense of empowerment or clarity of purpose? We'd love to hear from you in the chat. In addition to that, I want to leave you with the tool. Ms. Leora said we're going to give you all some tools for your toolkits. I want to invite you to take this QR code, to take a picture of this. And what this is is an interview protocol. If you work with young children, this is a protocol you can use in engaging families and unearthing the various forms of community cultural wealth. If you work with adolescents, you could remix this to asking them directly and unearthing these forms of wealth. I invite you to first go through this yourself and then later do it with a young person. And if you're willing to do that, I'd love to hear from you in the chat box. So check that out. Finally, our sister Stephanie Cariaga, Dr. Cariaga, says that grief can become problematic in educational spaces when the conditions are not in place for people to work through it. So I want to give y'all some very practical things that you can begin to do to create these spaces. One is to make space and time for staff and students to connect with their community cultural wealth. Acevedo and Solorzano this year did a whole article talking about how this can be a buffer against racial trauma and different forms of racism. Lee and McCarty talk about this expansively in their article, doing a PIES check-in with students and staff, asking people how they're doing physically, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually. We've seen this to be transformative in our work in Chicago as well. In addition, we can engage students in critical service learning. That is service learning with a social justice agenda. And research from Lyon and colleagues talks about how this can reciprocally help initiate and engage in healing-centered work. Finally, we can create physical spaces for students and staff to grieve. Ms. Leora was also talking about this with the ofrendas, right? Decide 2020 talks about that in depth. Or we could create a studio. Levy and Kemp 2014 talk about how creating a recording studio help young people to successfully grieve and heal. And Lampum talks about the same thing using the context of a dance studio. So my question as we wrap this up is in the chat box, please. I'd love to hear from you. What is at least one thing that you are taking with you and that you can utilize in your personal and professional life with staff or students? What is one thing that maybe you feel encouraged by, inspired by, informed by to do practically different in your work? Love to hear from you. And since I know we're close to time here, I leave you with this thought. What if all the loss that we are experiencing, loss of life, loss of mental health, all the losses vicariously, what if all this loss is compost? And what if this moment that we are experiencing is an invitation for us to connect to our community cultural wealth, to connect to spirit, to connect to our community in a more authentic way, so we can begin to reemerge individually and collectively, so that we can move from being hurt and surviving and shift to becoming in this space of healing and thriving. I want to thank you all so very much for being here, engaging with me. I'm excited to check out the chats, and I'll pass it back to you, Ms. Leora.
Okay. Yeah, it was hard coming after Nelda yesterday, but it's definitely a beautiful gift of challenge to come after you, Roberto. I'm gonna invite us to just take a moment, and actually, because Roberto, you are an educator true and true, you ended on the exact same integration metabolization that we are introducing right now at GSVLI. I want to take a moment to offer in the chat box for folks to really give Roberto the gift of naming, how are you composting? How are you composting the words of wisdom that Roberto, you just offered us? And I want to say this, hopefully you can feel me through the Zooms, Roberto, that I was thinking through your whole offering to us. The Gabriel's name in many languages, but in definitely two, means strength from a higher power. And how beautiful that you so embodied the intention and purposing of your gift to us with his gift to you. And thank you for giving us the strength and reminding us that we already do violence prevention. We already do violence intervention. We already do violence postvention when we are right and real with our relationships and with the gifts that our beautiful tapestries of culture are to give us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, y'all. Let's continue the conversation. I put my contact information here, and blessings on the rest of the day.
Big breaths to you. We wish you lots of hydration and knowing your goodness in the world. Okay, y'all. we are moving next. I can't even believe we're moving into our next piece of GSVLI. I saw someone say Roberto needed like way more time. Nelba needed way more time. We all need way more time. But you know what the beautiful gift is that we are here and there's so many opportunities to extend our learning. So I'm going to take a breath. We are now about to move into our first panel. Right? So if you can help, maybe shake it off, maybe do a little shoulder roll, something to help your body transition from that beautiful gift Roberto gave us to the next beautiful gift that Erin, Taya, Santoy, and Hannah are about to give us. I'm going to move it to Erin for our first panel. I want to remind you a couple reminders. Please put any resources that you want to offer each other in the Q&A so that we as staff can help catch them and cull them and give them and provide them to you afterwards. Roberto's slides will be posted by tomorrow. He wanted us to be present in his teaching. And what was my other last reminder? I forget, so clearly it wasn't important. Okay, Erin, off to you. Thank you so much. QR code. We heard that the QR code got overloaded in Roberto's presentation, so we'll circle back with him and make sure that you get all the things you need to get.
Well, welcome to our first panel of day 2. What a way to start our morning. Thank you, Roberto. That was awesome. Completely engaging. I think I speak for a lot of the people that were in our chat box who were recommending the same thing or stating the same thing. But my name is Erin. I'm the staff of Region 8, and the topic of this Learning Institute really drives home given my own grief. Not only do I grieve the life of my nephew who passed away suddenly and unexpectedly several years ago, but I grieve the tragedies that are currently happening in the world today. Also, I am born and raised on the island of Maui, and while I now live in the mainland, the tragedy of the wildfires there really shook me to my core. The grief there is so complex. It ranges from historical and generational traumas, in addition to the loss of lives, homes, and livelihoods. And my heart sincerely goes out to my family, friends, and residents of Lahaina and other impacted areas of Maui. And with that being said, we are gathered here to learn more about how to be grief sensitive in our approaches to school crisis response. Children spend a significant chunk of their time in school. And schools are often the first line of defense. So it really makes sense that they're trained to partner with families and communities to best support children who are grieving. It's important for educators to respond appropriately to grief in culturally sensitive, empathetic, supportive ways, and to make social, emotional, and learning accommodations if needed. Our first session really aims to create a discussion on an expansive topic. And while we hope to foster newer from learning, we know that we'll certainly not be able to hold and handle the breadth of this issue because it's so vast. We also know that some of you are new to the intersections of school crisis response and grief, and some are well versed. We welcome those of you who have lived experience and practice experience to share your input, resources, and grief sensitive approaches in the chat while we get to the discussion and the Q&A portion. In efforts to create shared language, I want to offer a starting point. The response phase requires crisis leadership in the first hour, first day, days after, or even weeks after an event or experience. The phrase includes the steps taken to minimize harm to people and property during a particular incident. Its focus is on the short-term direct effects of an incident and requires tight coordination and rapid action amongst all participants. This includes executing the emergency plans developed in practice in the preparedness stage. This is by the NEA. The hope for this session is to expand that definition a bit and explore how grief is asking us to approach crisis response differently, and not only in the acute, but in the long term as well. So moving on to some housekeeping points. There is one link throughout the entire day, and that is the link that you're using right now. So you can come in and out throughout the day. Please share your ideas, resources, and thoughts that resonate with you in the chat box and throughout your experience with us. And please make sure to send what you would like to share with everyone to all attendees and panelists. Note that we welcome you to share what is resonating or connects two ideas to the discussion, but we do not welcome any speech that evokes harm or is not productive. Please share specific comments to panelists using panelist in the chat dropdown, and we welcome your questions through the Q&A box. You can also directly chat tech help at any point today. All sessions are recorded and will be on our event page 2 weeks after the event. You will receive an email on how to access a certificate of attendance, but you must attend at least half of today's session, so that's about 3 hours. Also, you can access closed captioning by clicking the CC button. And of course, please follow us on social media. So here's a little bit how we're going to be proceeding with the panel. First, we're going to hear 10 minutes from each speaker. Then we're going to have a discussion, then Q&A from the audience. So first we'll hear from Santoy, then Tyle, then Hannah. And at the end of each speaker's time, you're going to see me spotlit as a cue. It's about 10 minutes to finish your share, and then we're going to move on to the next speaker. So at this time, I just want to recommend that you all be mindful of your own needs. Some of the topics that we're talking about can be tough, especially if you have your own grief and trauma experience yourself. So just be aware of that and attune to your own needs if needed. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and Santoy, you're already highlighted on the screen. Welcome. If you could just tell us about who you are and what brings you to your grief work, and really what comes up with you when you hear our GSVLI theme, which is grief sensitivity and working with grief in the context of violence. Welcome, Santoy.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you for that introduction, and thank you so much, Roberto, as well, just for your inspiring keynote. I am Santoy Latifa Trotter. Today is Dia de los Muertos, and I do want to just start by honoring two of my mentors in the work of school-based health, Dr. Sue Park, a psychologist who really started the mental health programs at where I work, and Dr. Barbara Staggers, who was instrumental in starting our school-based health clinics. I am a healer. I'm a Black, queer, cisgendered woman, and grateful for our mentors in cultural humility, Dr. Melanie Trevelyan, who really taught us one of the ways that we harvest our cultural assets and also awareness is by being aware of our own and naming our own cultural selves in our work with young people and families, and being curious and inviting the invitation of their full cultural selves as well in the workplace. I'm here in Oakland, California, unceded Ohlone land. I was born in New York, raised in Atlanta, but the Bay Area has been my home for the past 30 years, and honor the people who are here, and especially want to honor the Indigenous people from before, present, and future who are stewards of this land. In my work, I'm the clinical director of our school-based behavioral health programs and health education at UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital, Oakland. And we had 2 school-based health clinics, which are interdisciplinary school-based health clinics that have primary care, confidential reproductive health care, mental health services, including psychiatry and medical social work, and an amazing health education team who do a lot of health promotion in the schools and also support our youth wellness advisory board. And just honored to do that work for the past 17 years with an amazing team, members that I just am inspired by every day. And by training, I'm a psychotherapist and a licensed marriage family therapist here in California. Next slide, please. And just like all of you, right? So that's my professional work, but I am a mother, I am a wife, I am a daughter, I'm a sister, I am a friend. I resource through friendships, through dancing, through food, and through nature. I'm going to talk a little bit about Oakland, which has a lot of similarities with Chicago. And one of the things that sometimes people don't know is that Oakland is home to miles and miles of redwood trees, which is definitely one of the resources and ways that I resource myself here. Next slide, please. So what brings me to grief work? I've worked 17 years in schools in East and West Oakland and with adolescents for probably about the last 30 years. And I remember when I first walked on to the campus of McClymonds High School, and a teacher there said, it was the beginning of the school year, and she said, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad all my babies came back, that they're all alive, that no one was murdered over the summer." And I remember thinking at that time, I had lived in Oakland already for some time, but I was like, what must that be like to be a teacher and to come back at the beginning of the school year, holding kind of that anxiety that one of your students would have been murdered, and having that sigh of relief that all those students who were, there last year came back, but that really real reality that your student could have been murdered because she had already lived through that. And now after 17 years in the work, of course, your greatest fear, or my greatest fear when I started, I've lived that reality time and time again of having young people who I have worked closely with die through homicide, have been a part of the support team for school communities who have experienced homicide and also death through accidents, sudden death and violent death and traumatic death. I will say that we survive by holding each other up. I think about my colleague Sandy Simmons, and we're usually the first ones there. She works for Oakland Unified School District, and I work for Children's Hospital Oakland, and we're often the first ones there at 8 a.m. to partner with schools to provide support. And also experiencing the death of mentors like Dr. Sue Park, Dr. Barbara Saggers, folks I have named. And I also want to hold, Roberto was sharing some of the statistics, and really holding that when we think about shortened lifespan, when we think about high rates of suicide in communities, all of those statistics are rooted in real people and in real lives, holding that people experience that. And for myself as a Black person and as a member of the queer community, have experienced I think a great degree of loss and personal loss, including, in the past 2 years, loss of my own people in my own family through suicide and also through leukemia, and grateful to be welcomed into a community of grievers, to be ushered through and guided through this process by those who have entered into this space before. And so very grateful to be here with all of you today, and to be part of this community. Next slide, please. This is a picture at Castlemont High School, which is one of the schools that we're at. And it's a mural on one of the walls of young people who have died and who have lost, and has their names and their pictures, and says that we will remember them always. Art is so important as a part of healing and naming and recognizing and remembering. I remember sitting with a young person at one of our schools after a traumatic loss, a death through homicide, and a young woman counting on all of her fingers and needing both hands to name the number of cousins, friends, people that she has lost in her short 15 years through homicide or through death or sudden death and violence. And I remember sitting with kind of, what is it like to have to use both hands to count the number of people, your beloveds that you've lost, and being with her in curiosity, and really holding and witnessing that experience for her. And one of the things she needed right then was just witnessing, right? Presence, someone who could hold that and be in that with her and not say they're in a better place, or just not to erase the pain of that loss. I really want to hold and remind us that, like, as a human family, like, grief is ancient and as normal as birth. Death is as normal as birth. We know how to do this as a human family. And for some of us, some folks are connected to ritual and tradition. Here we are, Dia de los Muertos, honoring ancestors. Some traditions that may wear a torn cloth, or may have a black box, a thread on their clothes. I remember a roommate I had after her father died wearing a black cloth for a whole year after the death, right? There are many rituals in culture and tradition in which we can draw upon and that we can invite young people into. And then many of us are also really far away from maybe those traditions of grieving and loss and a ritual that our ancestors had. Maybe some of us, those rituals got lost in the Middle Passage. Maybe they got lost through migration and immigration, many ways where we are distant from our cultural practices, and yet we can be invited to the earth, to the land, to singing, to drumming, to music. Really holding those practices are still here. And so you'll hear that probably throughout the day. How do we keep rooting and leveraging our cultural wealth, our cultural currency, as a way to acknowledge and process grief? And I want to acknowledge this as grief is familiar to us as a human family, violent death is traumatic and very different. Again, I shared I lost 2 relatives, one through cancer, leukemia, and one through suicide. And those grieving processes are very different because one was so traumatic. And when there is trauma, trauma needs to be processed and safety needs to be reestablished. And for those of us who are working in communities that are because of histories of oppression, because of lack of resources in the communities and lack of opportunities and that are then steeped where there's higher rates of violence and higher rates of crime, one of the things that we continue to do is how do we keep reestablishing safety, even when the world doesn't feel safe? How do we recognize and notice, even inviting breath, muscle relaxation, what even tiny moments of safety might feel like in our body, what safety feels like in connection. Next slide, please. And I want to just share some practices kind of in our schools that we have partnered with our schools to do, and really hold that we do need school community partnerships. We are, a hospital healthcare provider that's in the community in our schools. We need artists in our schools. We need youth development services in our schools, and educators and teachers can't do it all on their own. And so that's why we have whole school approaches and community partnerships in order to do it together. We can do this together. We also need screening when a young person who might be experiencing loss or experiencing depression or have, as adolescents, overactive, active amygdala, big emotions, low frontal cortex, heart, not a lot of breaks. So when we have those big emotions, is someone there to actually sit to understand what that person is thinking, what they may be thinking about doing, and to really redirect and provide them the surface and the space that they need in order to process those emotions. One of the things that we've really supported our administrators to do across the district is transparency and directness and quickness, speediness of communication. What we had experienced maybe in the past was there would be a traumatic or a violent event, and then there was a lot of questions, rumors, anxiety, worry, but not a lot of information as folks, leaders were trying to gather the right information to share. And so now really having a place of being able to share what you can as soon as you can and what's appropriate to students, to parents, to teachers, so that there's some information and that there isn't as much splitting or us versus them that can happen between administration and teachers, but there actually is a coming together with information that is appropriate to share, which really does reduce the anxiety of the whole school body. I also want to bring in validating all emotions at the beginning of the school year. One of our football teams at one of our schools, their coach died suddenly. And I remember being with the team and really speaking with them about acknowledging all the feelings, and including feelings of anger and feelings of numbness, and that numb is a feeling, and really allowing those students to guide us. I remember them saying, let's go to the field. And so we walked to the football field together. And then, many adults, as we do, we're talking with them. And so then at some point, I just invited them to turn towards each other. And I think one of the most beautiful things that I witnessed is them turning towards each other, hugging each other, high-fiving each other, and actually being in connection. The last thing I want to share is both having targeted and universal solutions when an event happens, when a violent event happens, that we're thinking about those who are in closest proximity to the event, but that we're also going to the whole school because we don't know what this event might trigger or bring up for others, sharing information and actually engaging schools in healing practices and sharing that information directly. So I look forward to sharing more, and also look forward to hearing from my amazing co-panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Santoy. You shared so many powerful things. It's hard to kind of pinpoint one that resonated the most with me. But one there is, a few things that resonated with me. And one of those being the importance of being present with your student rather than trying to find the right words to say. And I feel like that seems to get in our way a lot when we're trying to just be there with somebody, is just trying to find the right words to say. And sometimes it's just our presence that is just so powerful and meaningful. And I just really liked your connection to cultural practices. And I do think that a lot of those cultural practices are lost. So those that continue to practice, have those, I think are very fortunate. So thank you for your time. And I wanted to take this time to introduce Hannah. Hannah, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Santoy. That was very inspiring. My name is Hannah West. I am a licensed psychologist and a board certified behavior analyst. I currently have split my time in a community practice. I'm in the Kansas City metro area, and so I spend a couple of days a week really working with children and families and youth to address, all sorts of mental health concerns. And a large part of that is some grief work, right? I am also a regional trainer for the Mid-America Mental Health Technology Transfer Center. And so I get to do a lot of training and a lot of consulting with specifically schools. My background is in school psychology, and my area of expertise is really in school crisis prevention, intervention, and postvention. And so I am really passionate about helping schools prepare for when bad things are going to happen, because we know that they do. In fact, one of my favorite quotes, and it's really old at this point, but Ronald Stevens in 1994 said that there are only two types of schools: those that have faced a crisis event and those that are about to face one. And you would think that we in schools would be more proactive than we are in addressing these crisis events. But we tend to still have a pretty reactive approach. And so kind of my big question here is, when schools do experience crises, how can we be prepared to meet our students and our staff with the support that they need to grieve loss and to move forward to continue to live well? Next slide, please. So really, I kind of wanted to take a little time today to really talk about what a school's role is in crisis response and in grief response. And the first goal that we should have in schools is that we are a safe place for students and staff. We know that children spend a lot of time in schools, and in schools we have the unique ability to be able to provide safe, caring, and supportive environments. And this is especially important because we know that not all of our students come from safe, caring, and supportive environments outside of our walls. And so things that we can do to reestablish and empower social supports and connections after a crisis event or after a trauma: we need to make sure that there is at least one adult in the building that each student feels comfortable with. Really focusing on those connections. We need to provide space for peer groups, especially in adolescents. We know that they need space to process trauma and grief. And then we want to really empower those social connections. It allows people to feel emotionally secure and safe in the aftermath of an unsafe event. When we are thinking about the second part of a school's role is really in education. I think that this makes a lot of sense, right? A school is here to educate, and we also need to be providing education for teachers, parents, and students about the common responses to trauma and grief, and about resources that are available to them. So we know common grief responses. We also know that they vary from person to person based on background and culture and so many things, but we also know that they don't look the same. We can have denial or avoidance. Some individuals will stay really busy, and it may seem like, and there's not anything that's wrong with them, or that nothing had happened. We may see increasing, thoughts of hopelessness, and we may see sadness, social withdrawal, might be really irritability and angry, really irritable and angry. And then in our younger children, we also can often see skill regression. And these are just some of the documented symptoms. We know that they vary substantially, but being able to normalize these grief feelings and share appropriate resources And just being able to hold space for students and families, that's an important role of the school. And then the final kind of piece that I'm thinking of when I think of the school's role in addressing and responding to crises is really being able to intervene when needed to provide immediate coping tools and strategies, as well as having referral systems in place for those that may need more intensive supports in order to be well. I think this makes sense. In schools, we teach students. So we should extend that thought and teach students how to manage the complicated emotions related to crises, to grief, and to trauma. And this may look like providing those immediate coping skills. It may also look like providing breaks and distractions and that safe space. And then once again, having that resource list to be able to share with families when the student is indicating that they need more support than this kind of immediate coping to be able to get through their day. And just some things to remember. Every person experiences grief in a different way, and it's not something that we need to quote unquote manage, right? Rather, we have to accept that something bad, something not so great happened, but we still have the ability to move forward. And schools should really try to not expedite this process by forcing students to share or engage in specific activities or in specific ways. Also, we know that grief doesn't just go away, but it often comes and goes like waves for weeks, months, even years, and that's okay too. It's normal. Next slide, please. So when we're thinking about in schools, how do we prepare for schools' role in a crisis event and in crisis support? This is my area of passion. I cannot overstate the importance of having a living crisis plan, a document that provides an outline for plans for response, especially important when we know that educators, teachers, staff are often also experiencing this traumatic moment, this crisis. And so this plan helps create these automatic responses that are known to all school personnel. And so we don't have to think about different strategics of what a school is supposed to be doing. Instead, it's planned. And this is really all about prevention instead of a reaction or a response. And so, when we're thinking about what needs to be documented in the plan, we have resources for students, families, and staff, our fact sheet, sample letters to families, plans and procedures for how to identify those who may need more support. And we'll talk more about that when we think about the importance of triage and identifying those students that need support. Next slide, please. So when it comes to triage, really, this is an interesting word. The definition of triage, it comes from the medical field, but it is the process of sorting victims as of a battle or disaster to determine the medical priority in order to increase the number of survivors. And I think that when we think of this concept and apply it into schools, we need to be able to assess our students and our staff for that emotional proximity and that pre-trauma vulnerability. Because when we think of those grief symptoms, if we aren't actively looking for those, some of them may be hard to see, right? So feelings of hopelessness, just immense sadness. A lot of that is going to be self-report. That's going to be stuff that doesn't necessarily pop out for an educator to see, or may not be flagged as a significant problem. Same thing for those students that may respond in a way that, they are going to do everything just perfectly. So they kind of may overachieve. So when we're really looking at identifying students in these different levels, kind of this primary, secondary, and referral. So what this is really looking at that proximity of a student or a staff member to the crisis event, and especially looking at emotional proximity. So, family, friends, people that feel very similar to the student or to the situation, the crisis situation. And then really pre-trauma vulnerability. And this is where existing or pre-existing grief can come into play. And so if people have a significant grief history, a trauma history, they may be more susceptible to more maladaptive or negative grief responses. And so how do we do this? It's really through having appropriate screening and referral practices. And screening practices help us identify the students that may seem fine on the outside, but are experiencing more internal reactions that need to be supported. And this is really important because we know that we have limited resources and we want to be able to match the student needs with the resources that we do have. Okay, next slide. And then, often the people that we have responding to crisis events in schools are also experiencing the same event, and they're having their own trauma and grief reactions. And when we think about caring for caregivers, we need to do those same steps that we are doing with our students. We need to be reestablishing social supports and connections for our educators. We need to be providing them resources and space to cope with their experiences. And, when we think about the importance, once again, of that planning, a quality crisis plan will outline how we can do that. If we need additional people to come in, or if we need support for our educators, how do we get that? And then also just having a school culture where we prioritize educator wellness and mental health literacy, and we are destigmatizing help-seeking behaviors. This is really kind of that frontline approach to preparing for crisis events in schools and responding in a grief-sensitive way. Okay, thank you. I will turn it back over to Erin.
Thank you so much, Hannah. And I know we spoke previously. I'm a school psychologist by trade as well. And so everything that you talked to really does hit home for me. I would say the majority of the schools that I've worked in have been reactive. But with that being said, I also want to say I understand that as a former staff member, we're often spread entirely too thin. So it's very hard to dedicate the time to come up with a crisis response, but also as somebody who has run into crisis at schools, it is so helpful to have that. So I really appreciate you talking about that and about the importance of triage, and as well as self-care, because we forget about that. Our schools sometimes forget about that as well. So, we have to take care of ourselves in order to be better caregivers to other people. So thank you so much for your introduction today. And with that, I wanted to bring Tyle on. Tyle, welcome.
Thank you, Erin. And thanks, Hannah and Santoy. It is just such an honor to be here with y'all with our range of experiences and research and knowledge and wisdom. And I am glad that I get to go last because I'm going to speak about circles, which anyone, I know I have several colleagues and friends here today, and that's my big spiel is circles. And so hopefully that's a little bit of a how in terms of how do we do some of the things that Hannah was just, really thoroughly describing are so important for schools. So before that, I guess I'll just introduce myself. So I am born and raised in New Orleans. My name's Tyle Mogab. I use she, her, hers pronouns. And the way I came into this work is really from my suicide background. I started working in, I guess, really in high school in suicide prevention when I found a friend in the middle of an attempt, and have been doing some level of suicide prevention since then. So I was more formally trained in 2005. And like I said, I'm from New Orleans. So that was a big year for us in the Louisiana Gulf Coast area. That's when Hurricane Katrina hit. And I just happened to start my crisis hotline training right before that. So it was a really interesting time to be sort of brought up in the world of suicidology. Since then have been to lots of trauma-informed trainings. And I feel really fortunate about the experiences I got to have at that time because there was no option to be not trauma-informed. It was a traumatic event. There was a lot of loss, a lot of grief, and the way that we did suicide prevention, intervention, crisis response had to integrate the trauma piece. And I learned a lot from that time. And then fast forward, my most recent experience has been with Project Fleur de Lis in New Orleans, which is a program of Mercy Family Center, and I was the director of restorative practices there. Accidentally fell into that role, but prior to that was the director of suicide prevention programming and development. And there was trained in circles, and we started really integrating circles into everything we did around suicide prevention. And it really changed and transformed our suicide programming holistically. I think it shifted from this lens of there's an expert to we're really learning from each other. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about circles and what that means in a few minutes. So we're just going to kind of put that on the side for a minute in our parking lot. But I think it's really important to name that throughout this training of mine in the field of suicidology, in the very beginning, people were still using no suicide contracts. And I will never forget sitting in 2007 in the American Association of Suicidology conference. It was in New Orleans that year. And I remember hearing postvention is prevention and prevention is postvention. And that stuck with me because it never felt true. And it took me years to be able to professionally develop enough to challenge that in this field. But postvention is not prevention. And if we're doing prevention as our postvention, we're doing something wrong. And I think the most basic level of understanding the difference is that prevention assumes that we are preventing a death or a loss, and postvention means there has been one. And if we go into postvention without that understanding and that humility, we could reinforce more harm than I think we could ever do in terms of restoring or helping recover. And that's been really a cornerstone of my work in this field and my work with Project Fleur-de-Lis. So when we were in New Orleans, there's an agency that comes in and they do beautiful work with crisis response, and they work with the students. And postvention, even when it comes to suicide postvention, has included coming in and providing some psychoeducation about warning signs of suicide and resources of where to go for help. And while those things are important at some point in the process, that is not postvention, I don't think, and it doesn't hold space for the grief. The psychoeducation does not hold space for the complexity of the traumatic event that a suicide loss is, and it doesn't give space for people to tell their story or name some of the layers of grief that are emerging, and it reinforces the stigma of, I think, suicide because it doesn't hold space for those things. So we unintentionally, implicitly reinforce the very thing that we think we're doing something about. And I think it's just such a big lie and yeah, a huge disservice. So where's the room for grief in that? So you can go to the next slide because I want to introduce this, and I don't want to get too heady, and I don't want to offer too many theories in this, because I do think the storytelling is the most important part, but I would be remiss not to really elevate the work of Leslie Briner and Teddy McGlynn Wright, because this framework, this is the integrated trauma and healing framework that they have created. And I just think it does such a great job of not just identifying the components of trauma. We have so often in our field defined trauma as a threat to safety. Teddy McGlynn Wright and Leslie Briner really named that and articulated that there are these other components, that a threat to our belonging, our sense of belonging, and a threat to our sense of agency and or a threat to our dignity is also traumatic. We're social beings, and these are things that are just as important as our physical safety, because deep down in our DNA, they're all interrelated in terms of our survival. So I really love that. I love that it gets very nitty gritty for us to look at how does loss in general shift our sense of belonging, our sense of agency, especially a traumatic death like suicide, and our sense of dignity. It also gives us guideposts for healing. So this is like two sides of the same coin, right? If these are the things that are threatened, And that is experienced as trauma for us. These are also the things that we need to target in our recovery and in our healing. So I believe that circles really do offer and specifically target each one of these things. I think, everything that Hannah said about how schools are responsible for providing safety after a crisis, after a loss, after a traumatic event, I think we're also responsible for encouraging or inviting a sense of belonging, a sense of agency, and a sense of dignity. And I do think that some of the ways that we've offered postvention in the past have specifically taken away sometimes a sense of agency and a sense of dignity. And I won't get in my spiel about how our practices in the field of suicidology have completely done that, because we've medicalized very human processes and isolated people with hospitalization rather than creating space for agency, dignity, and belonging during times of struggle. But circles, I really do think, are such a beautiful way of connecting to our ancestors in the ways that people long before our research, our white-driven research in individualistic America has missed the mark. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide, because I want to give a little bit of a idea of what I mean by circles. I think a lot of people have different experiences. And I remember the first time I told my co-director of the suicide prevention program that I really wanted to do circles with all of our suicide prevention programming. And his face, his eyes were huge. And he said, I haven't done a circle since grad school, and I'm not sitting in one now. And he is a converted circle guru now. But because we all have different backgrounds and understandings, I just want to make sure I'm explicit in what I mean by circles. So in the way that I've been trained, it's based on, like I said, circles are a gift from indigenous cultures. And this is a way that humans have healed for a very, very long time. Not just healed, celebrated, established safety, grieved. And circles are really, to me, a sacred space. And I don't mean that in any religious context. I think that just that deep connection to our ancestors and our roots as humans is a sacred process. It's a way of pausing all the different ways that we've been socially, trained to interact and engage and have conversations. Circles are a pause for that and a way to build community around listening. I think the collective settling is really a cornerstone of why circles are so healing. Collective settling, if you've read Resmaa Menakem's book, My Grandmother's Hands, he speaks beautifully to the importance of settling our nervous system with other people, especially with other people who we may have our own beliefs about whether they are safe or not. Collective settling is a healing process in and of itself. And so when we gather in circle, we have a moment of pause, of collective pause, whether that's a breath or a dance or a drumming practice. We have a way of collectively settling to establish ourselves as a community, and connection is sort of embedded in that safety. We share story. I always bring in the voices of others. So I start with quotes, I end with quotes. I think it's another way to ground ourselves in the wisdom of our ancestors and the wisdom of one another. And then we share story. I think this is really, there's tons of research on narrative therapy and the importance of telling our story. Helping people tell an integrated story about a traumatic loss or a traumatic event is healing. And the prompts that we use in our circles are really aimed to support that integrated story. How are you showing up? What's been the hardest thing about this loss for you or this event for you? How are you coping? How are you finding support? And what are you needing? Just those questions can be an entire circle. And how are you leaving the space? To me, that's a really important part of acknowledging, witnessing one another, and hearing from each other the importance of our collective settling and our community that we've created. That ceremony and that structure really holds the integrity of the circle. We always have agreements so that it's very clear what we agree to do while we're in this space. You know, mine are usually, we honor the talking piece when we're using it. We listen from our heart. We don't have to rehearse what we're going to say. We trust that when we get the talking piece, what we're meant to share is what we're meant to share. And if we would like to pass, we're always welcome to do that. We practice non-judgment, and we practice mindful presence. And what I mean by that is we recognize that we take up space. We're allowed to take up space, that there are certain power differentials in the world that, you know, may be at play, and to just be aware of how we might be engaging in those or not engaging in those. And I think really naming that in the beginning and asking if anyone else has anything they need in order to feel safe, or in order to feel brave to share, or even be in that circle, allows people to sort of minimize the anxiety of what are we doing here and how does this work, and just be. So you can go to the next slide just quickly. This is sort of I've seen the circles in a medicine wheel, but this is how I just described this all to you guys, but this is how the circle sort of flows. And you can go to the next slide too, Erin. This is just my settling our body slide. So I do have a quote by Cheryl Richardson that I just love. People start to heal the moment they feel heard. And I think that speaks to the importance of us holding space for one another and not coming in with our, evidence-based research ways of arming people with coping strategies, and instead just holding space for their story. I just think it's a different and really needed approach to recovery, especially in schools. And I think one of the things that I thought was really important, especially during the pandemic, as we were supporting schools after, in postvention, holding space for the teachers and holding space for the adults in the room before ever going in to really do the work or ask them to do anything with their students was so important. And this is just a way to be able to do that.
Thank you so much, Tyle. I really appreciate your time taking, explaining to us and really kind of going through the importance of circles. And one of the things that kind of stood out to me is your emphasis on, if we're doing postvention as prevention, then we're doing something wrong. And I really like the way you use circles to help in your process of restoring and helping people recover. And using this as a way to help people heal, using stories as a way to help people heal. And I think it's really helpful to think about other modalities for people, because not everything works for one person, right? And I find that incredibly helpful. So I just really appreciate the time that you took to share that. Thank you so much. And with that being said, I wanted to take some time to ask some questions to the panel. And that first question being, how might we apply grief sensitivity to the way we respond to crises at schools? I'm going to go ahead and have Santoy start that discussion off. How might we apply grief sensitivity to the way we respond to crises at schools?
Thank you, Erin. I want to combine two different factors. One is having and bringing kind of what Hannah was saying, like kind of having a clear crisis response protocol so that people know what to do, who to go to, and having clear direction and rehearsed and practiced direction around that. And then I think the other piece is, in terms of grief sensitivity, is knowing that the event there's a response to the event that's happening. And then that event may trigger grief or memories from other events. And so holding that as well. One of the things that keeps getting reinforced for me is partnering with young people and following their lead. And I just have two quick examples. One, when there was the bombing of a mosque in Christchurch, that we all probably remember, that happened a couple years ago, really impacted many of our Islamic and Muslim students. And I remember the principal calling me and saying, a student is saying that they want to have a circle and bring people together. What do we do? And I said, we partner with that student, we partner with them, we follow their lead, and we support them, and really holding that the students, and then they pulled a circle together, and other students were invited to really actually just surround them while they spoke to those most impacted students spoke to each other. And if I have time, I'll share one other example, where there was a two recent alumni had been murdered. And we were coming upon the year anniversary. And one of the things that our cost team, or some schools might have a mental health support team, did was really partner with staff, community members, spiritual leaders, and students to do a day of healing. And that day of healing had, you might have seen in one of the slides I didn't get to, that was earlier, had this image, this tree image that had, who are you grieving and how are you healing? And so someone had asked in the Q&A, students often isolate during periods of loss or acute loss. What do we do about that? And so having ways that kind of more projective techniques, where people can be side by side and have choices around how to enter into that or not. And so people could write names on leaves or write suggestions about how they were healing on leaves and then paste it onto the board, right, which is much less confrontational. So I wanted to answer that question in the Q&A. But just, coming back to just really being sensitive to that event, the whole community is experiencing it. And also we know that grief triggers past griefs, and creating opportunities and space and awareness.
Thank you. Beautiful. I love your alternative thinking of ways to get people to express themselves without being put on the spot like that. And that's such a talent, because not everybody knows how. That takes a while sometimes to learn how to do. So I really appreciate that. And knowing how to follow people's lead was another important takeaway from that as well. Tile, what say you?
I mean, I would echo everything that Santoy just said. I love that image, that just like deeply, every time I see your slide, I really resonate with that. I think it's a beautiful way of incorporating people's voice, figuring out how people can have a voice and share. And speaking in circle is not always for everyone. And so I really like that. I think there is a pause that just has to happen when it comes to incorporating, grief sensitivity in schools. We are so used to response and crisis response, and it can be so very reactive. And if we're going to do good work when it comes to people's grief, there has to be a pause. And in schools, that is something we have to remind people of all the time. I moved to Colorado recently, and I'm in a school now, and it's a Montessori school. There has not been a whole lot of crisis here in this very rural town. And there was a suicide threat, as they called it recently, and really just taking the time to pause and help them understand the traumatic loss the student had been through, what their own history of suicide loss had been, and how, we weren't going to just call the crisis team to come do a risk assessment. We were going to sit with the student first. I really think slowing down, like the pause, is just such an important part of this.
Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button there. You mentioned that a couple of times, Tile, and I think it's so important that you brought that up, because when you're in the school, you forget to pause and slow down. And when you forget to slow down and you're moving too fast, that's when you forget things and you start to make mistakes, or you forget to be as less sensitive to the individual needs of a student or a teacher, whatever it is. So that's such an important concept. So thank you. Hannah, what about you?
It's so hard to go last.
I know.
Had such wonderful things to say. when I'm thinking about applying grief sensitivity and how we respond to school crises, I think, as I was saying, it's so easy to go into the response. Something has happened. And so we have to follow our plans, and we have to do this, and we have to do that. And we have to make sure that we are checking all the boxes. And that is true. We do need to be following a plan. We do need to be doing these things, but we're also human, and taking that time and that space to breathe for ourselves as the people who are responding in the crisis event, to create space for our teachers, our educators, the other people that we are going to be asking to hold space and respond. And then I also think that this is really where some of that triage piece comes into play, and specifically thinking about that pre-trauma sensitivity. And so I think Suntoy, I'm not sure, but someone said that we need to, sometimes a crisis event can bring up previous traumas in a person's life. And I think that to really apply this grief lens into our crisis work, we need to make sure that we're holding space for that, and that we're creating a space to process that, and then take what these students are bringing in to us. So once again, just kind of listening to the students.
Thank you. Exactly. Yeah. So once again, it's like stop, drop, and roll, right? It's like we're taking some, because it's so easy to just want to react and move straight into the protocol. And it's very helpful to have protocols. We need protocols, absolutely. But there's just that additional piece as well, is that taking that time so that you're able to really fully respond to everybody that's involved, as well as listen to individualized needs. So thank you so much. Another question that I have is, where is room needed for grief counseling knowledge, skills, and practice in crisis responder training and professional development? Tyle, what do you think?
I am, of the unpopular opinion that unlearning is the most important area of learning and growth around this. Suntoy, in the very beginning, you said we know how to do this as a human family, and I believe that. I appreciate the resources that go into us doing that better. And I think a lot of our work is in listening, unlearning, and really doing our own work. A lot of times I think some of the reasons that some of the adults in the school are not really supporting students in the way they need to be supported is because they don't know how to support themselves in their own grief process. So I think a lot of our own reflection, a lot of our own healing, and then a lot of listening.
That is powerful. So basically, do your own work, because if you don't, you're going to have difficulty supporting others because you don't know how to support yourself. Exactly. Suntoy.
And I would say, I think I want to just add on to that, the opportunity of bringing in training around grief and grief response into PDs, as it creates the space to talk about it. And I think it's so important, knowing that many educators and teachers are going to be maybe experiencing, depending on what communities that you're working in, maybe experiencing grief, but in all of our communities, right, we're experiencing grief and loss. And it's so important that when we have experiences at work, or when we're harmed or maybe wounded emotionally at work, we should heal at work, right? We should have that. And so I think, yes, take care of ourselves, but yes, create opportunities, which a PD can be, for these conversations at work. And then also, how do we soothe our nervous system? One of my favorite memories from last school year was doing a mindfulness workshop with teachers, and then we brought in an activity where they were doing created scented lotions for aromatherapy, and they got so excited. They were like little kids, making their aromatherapy and sharing it with each other, right? But that happened during their scheduled PD time, and they also creating it so that they could choose into it. So it wasn't a forced PD. So I think creating PDs that are not forced, where people can choose in or choose different topics that they're going to. And so those who are there are really wanting to be there.
And I can imagine that really just creates a safe space for our educators and staff members as well. I mean, we're trying to create your safe spaces for our students to learn and to grow and to connect with others. And we need to model that as well, which is so important. Hannah, what about you?
I would say that at a tier 1 level, so kind of the basic level of really what we're looking for educators, students, we need to be focusing on mental health literacy. We need to be focusing on, understanding and knowing what is a normal grief response. And so we need to also be looking for the signs that a child or a staff member is not responding to grief in a way that is going to help them be that best version of themselves, that's not helping them move forward. Because we don't ever want to forget, but we also honor those that have passed by living that best version of ourselves and continuing to move forward. And so I think that, when it comes to professional development, just having a base of mental health literacy and understanding so that we can destigmatize really having these types of conversations.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so important to understand what's a typical grief response so you can acknowledge like what you said was not productive. I love the way you phrase it, what's not productive in helping them move forward rather than what's maladaptive, right? And I really love how you phrase that. And also, you mentioned honoring those that have passed. And in my experience, I find that people are so afraid of talking about the people who have passed. They're afraid of the tears, they're afraid of the grief. And if anything, for me, it's just more hurtful for you not to say my nephew's name, for example. Say his name, right? So I think that's really powerful. But I think as a society as a whole, it's just a very uncomfortable process for people. A next question I have is, how might our crisis responses get stronger if we understand grief better? How might our crisis responses get stronger if we understand grief better? Hannah, what do you think about that question?
I kind of piggybacking off of what you were just saying too, is like, we can't erase people and we can't erase experiences. And understanding that grief does impact us. It impacts our students, it impacts our educators, it impacts the entire community. And so when we are thinking about understanding grief, it really can only improve our crisis response because we are holding space. We're not just going through a checklist. And so while those preventative plans are important, it's not just a checklist to be going through and remembering that piece.
Thank you. Exactly. It's almost like, yeah, I agree. Having protocols are extremely helpful, but you have to individualize it and tweak it some way and make people feel like they're human beings. And you do that by individualizing the experience and remembering these concepts. So exactly. Tyle, what do you think about this? And the question being, how might our crisis responses get stronger if we understand grief better?
I think it moves from crisis response. It moves us from crisis response into really what recovery means. If we understand grief better, then we can help really not just respond and react, but recover. And I think recovery, going back to what I said earlier about the field of suicide, it's always been this top-down sort of thing. Like, I have the wisdom and the knowledge. And I think a lot of times in crisis response, we come in like, we have the tools for you. And that isn't the case many times. And if we're going to support recovery, ongoing recovery, leaning into the community's resources and the culture's resources and the person's resources, their internal resources, and just offering the space for the connection to happen, which is, not something we're bringing in, just something that we're giving space for, I think is a more sustainable and a more human and a more holistic approach to recovery.
Exactly. It's like it takes a village, right? Who are we to come into a situation thinking that we know best about the person that we've only known for a certain amount of time, right? So incorporating all those variables is huge. And It's hard when you're trained as a professional that you're supposed to go through these things. You have to stop and check yourself constantly so that you're not neglecting to do that, you know. Santoy.
I just want to add to what Hannah and Tool has said, is that it creates a safer community, right? When we integrate grief and understanding of grief into our crisis response, it can create and support a safer school community. We know that when we're talking about crisis, we're usually talking about traumatic events. And what trauma does is creates a sense of the world is not safe, or can create a sense of the world is not safe, a sense of disconnection inside oneself, right? Your feelings and your thoughts, it can create a disconnection from others and create a place of fight, flight, or freeze. And so when we integrate an understanding of grief and an understanding of trauma and recovery into our crisis response, it allows people to be more whole, more integrated, and more connected with each other. And that then supports a safer school community. And so that's, I think that's what we're all here to do. Everyone who is on this call, and definitely all of us panels, is how do we keep continuing creating a recovery that creates connection and integration for oneself, and connection to each other.
I can imagine, taking this perspective just helps people to feel heard. And when people feel heard, they're willing to, establish those connections. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to some Q&As if you all are ready. We've got some really great questions that came in through our Q&A panel. Let's see. Many participants would like to hear your approaches to navigating anticipatory grief and crisis readiness. So Tyle, wondering if you could say more about your position that postvention is not prevention. There's a couple of participants who want to hear more about that. And maybe, if Hannah and Santoy want to jump in, of course, please feel free to jump in.
So I think when we're called for postvention, it means that we've lost someone in the community. And so that inherent, we're coming in to do grief work first. And so we can anticipate that there could be some prevention that we're going to do, because we know that, when we do lose someone by suicide, if there are people who struggle with suicidality or chronic suicidality, or, maybe haven't before and now they're thinking about it. We could talk about this for, an hour, just this sort of contagion. But we can anticipate that if people will need some resources, and I think that we can offer those, but without going in with that grief lens first and understanding that we have to name and acknowledge loss and grief, it's going to be difficult to move into the prevention work in a meaningful way. And I think really reinforces harm for the people that are going to be struggling with their own suicidality. They're going to feel even more invisible, even, potentially like a burden and a lack of belonging if that is not named first.
And that's definitely a risk factor right there, right? Those feelings. Yeah. Yes, please,
I was just gonna
Santoy.
add, I know we're talking primarily about violence and crisis and traumatic death and loss, but I also want to, when we're talking about anticipatory grief, really bring up for children and adolescents, anticipatory grief of kind of moving to the next level, going to the next grade, going to the next school, and really holding that kind of I've had many conversations with young people around, like, yes, there is this loss, but what are you gaining? And really noticing the loss that is inherent in transitions, and in any transition where we're moving towards something, but we're also maybe leaving a community or leaving what we know. And so I just wanted to name that as another layer of anticipatory loss and grief, and how we can name that and hold that for students.
Thank you.
And I think that the circles really hold space for that to be normalized, to hear one another share some of this grief, some of the things that they're thinking about that a lot of times they feel very alone in. Sorry to
no, please. This is why we're here. This is great. It's awesome. Thank you. There's also been some studies suggesting that vicarious trauma can impact others if they hear very intense and traumatic material in groups. This has led to changes in group processes, and we wanted to know what your thoughts were on this. In other words, how can we keep students safe when other students are being, physically hurtful or particularly in the early childhood space, that sorts of things?
I'll jump in here. I think this comes back to, we don't ever want to force students to do anything. We don't want to be forcing them to engage in a certain way. We don't want to be kind of outlining that like this is what we're doing kind of mindset. We need them to be able to take their own space and their own time if things are getting hard. I also know that just from the literature, this is why triage once again is really important, because we don't want to be putting individuals that have extremely close emotional or physical proximity to this crisis event that maybe have seen things or heard things. We don't want to put those individuals with people that didn't have that level of experience. And so that's where triage can really come into play, so that when we're creating our groups or creating our space, that we are kind of matching student needs there, and not providing or not traumatizing students or staff members that maybe are not traumatized or don't need any kind of grief or crisis response.
Thank you, Hannah. That makes a lot of sense. And I think that's an important variable to bring up. Thank you. How do you think we can encourage students to engage in connections after something occurs that they often tend to isolate to begin with? Any luck on that? I've always struggled with that. That's been a hard one for me as a professional.
One of the things I've noticed throughout the years is that often there's like a room that students are supposed to go to, right? Like who are called, and it's like students will go, and then there are adults from the district who are in that room, right? And students don't often go to that room. Sometimes depending on the event, but rarely, right? And so really creating, I shared earlier, kind of more like community oriented or projective techniques, invitations. Just what Tyler's offering about kind of creating circles, but also giving choices around the circles, creating places for the adults to share. But there are many different ways. It's not just talking in which we process loss. It can be through drawing. It can be, there was a student who died. And one of the things, we went into the classroom from the teacher's request, and we all created paper flowers. And that was just, some people shared memories while they were doing the flowers, and, but like, we all sat by tables and created paper flowers for the student to create something beautiful in memory of her. And then went around and people could share something either about their classmate that they had lost, or even maybe about someone else that they might be grieving.
That's lovely. Right? And I think there's often power in doing something tangible in helping to process that grief, especially with our younger kiddos or the kiddos who don't like to share as well. So I think that's really beautiful. I don't have any more time for more questions because we're on low on time, but we are going to have our panelists, if you will, try to answer some of the remaining questions in the Q&A. And I'm going to be going on and moving on to Felicia. And welcome Felicia to the chat. Thank you so much, Tyle and Hannah and Santoy. I was super, super excited to be working with you today. And you guys are all fabulous. I really enjoyed our conversation. So thank you.
Team GSVLI, day 2, panel 2. Again, my name is Leora, she, hers. I get to change my hat from host of GSVLI, this is my invisible hat, to moderator for session 2. I'm going to spotlight myself because I have the power to do that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to spotlight myself. So welcome to panel 2. Before we get into panel 2, I want to just see if we can get an emoji or a word in the chat. How are the 659 of us feeling in this moment? If we can just get a one word, it can be an emoji, it can be a one word. How are we feeling? It's been a big day already and we're halfway through. Okay, peaceful, inspired, warm. Woo, awesome. Empowered, inspired, preoccupied, heard that. Grateful, multitasking, heard that. Motivated, lots of motivated. Empowered, loving that. Hopeful, inspired, but also tired. That actually just might be my life motto. Inspired and tired. Inspired but tired. I love that. Yes. Exhausted, under the weather. Yes, you can hear my voice. If you missed the beginning, I welcomed us this morning by saying, if you hear my voice that sounds a little different, it's because I also am fighting the bug that a baby beautifully gives you when they go to daycare. So here I am. Okay, empowered. Yeah, we've got some folks who are also feeling overwhelmed. Yeah, heard. I want to take a deep breath with that word, the overwhelmed word, and remind us that it is one thing to be overwhelmed and feeling alone, and it is another thing to feel overwhelmed but feeling in community, that we are all holding this big task of grief sensitivity and the enormous weight of what grief in the context of school violence gives us and presents us. Yeah. Also knowing that so many of you are crisis responders in your many ways. And so the three panelists for this session, Samira and Canada and Nicole, they are all School Crisis Recovery and Renewal Project Leadership Fellows. And one of our norms in that fellowship is permission to handle. So I want to introduce that norm into this space as well, that if you need to take care of what you need to take care of, do that. You will get the recordings, you will get the resourcing, and just make sure that you are preserving yourself and also preserving those that are most important right in front. Okay. I'm going to take a breath moment, invite everyone to do the same. And I'm also going to invite us, again, as we transition into this next session, to locate something green around you, just something green around you. I'm inviting you to rest your eyes on it. It might be a t-shirt. I'm inviting you to find something naturally green, and actually Canada and I are providing something in the background for you to locate. Green around you. Sometimes the conversations around crisis and grief, we can feel the heaviness of loss of life. We want to remind us that we are also full of the vibrancy of the natural world around us. Yeah, we love that. Looking out at the windows and trees in our backyard. Yes. Good. Yes. Your whole office is green. We're eating green. Part of a tree painting. We love that. Okay. On that note, I'm welcoming us into what is perhaps the most different out of the 4 sessions, the 4 panels, this 2 days, right? That day 2, we are focused on grief sensitivity for the school mental health workforce and how it lives in conversation with school violence prevention, intervention, and postvention. And when I thought of the people across the country that are holding the tenderness of grappling with grief in working with young people, these are 3 people that we thought of, Nicole and Samira and Canada. And these 3 folks, as well as myself and all of us together, we're about to take the next 75 minutes to hold space for ourselves to unpack what might feel really uncomfortable. How do we approach this work with a culturally humble lens? Grief work, school violence work. And if you were with us yesterday, it's such a beautiful conversation piece between yesterday's conversation around institutional and collective violence, gender-based violence, and grief work. And so many of the themes of cultural humility came up yesterday, and we just heard that in the panel before us. This, how do we listen in so that we can listen for? So this session, I'm going to really strongly invite us to practice our working agreements rigorously, fiercely with love for ourselves and folks in the panel. And that Samira, Nicole, and Canada are going to do something radical, which is sharing and exposing their approach to cultural humility in a vulnerable way. And so they're offering their own learning practice, and as Tile said, their own unlearning practice. So if there are pieces that you aspire to or agree with or argue with, I want to remind us to do so with deep care and in a way that we can be in conversation and not in combat. All that to say, a little grounding for what cultural humility even means. Some of us have heard cultural responsiveness. Some of us have heard cultural attunement. When we're using the word cultural humility, we are using the definition that is rooted from a 1998 beautiful offering from Terrell Murray and Garcia, who were in the profession of nursing. And what they offered us is that a culture of humility is a way of being in the world. For us as educators and school mental health professionals, it's a way of being, that we are committing ourselves to a lifelong work of self-critique and evaluation, not bruising, but a way that we are saying, I am going to constantly be a lifelong calling inner, self-calling inner. And then this is the second part that is really important. I'm going to read it out loud for us to hold true. That cultural humility is the recognition of power dynamics and imbalances and a desire to fix those power dynamics and to develop partnerships with people and groups who advocate for others. So centrally, thank you. Centrally, the work of cultural humility is to engage in deep dialogue and potentially unpacking and interrupting power over so that we can be in power with, so that we can be both trauma-informed and grief-attuned. One of the terms that I want to introduce for this session for us as listeners to consider is this term grief bias. And both Nicole and Samira in Canada will share their grapplings with it, which means how do we, in both the dominant culture and also in our own cultural practices as the school mental health field, how do we arrive in conversation with young people and with adults in a way that might actually have implicit bias of whose grief matters, whose grief we validate, whose grief we honor in policy and in practice, and whose grief we might disrespect or disregard or not understand? And how might we move through as humans in school conditions that are vibrantly full of so many different types of cultures? How might we approach grief work in school settings so that our ways of being can be in collaboration and not in collision? I'm going to move us ahead. Like always, this session, you've seen this slide before. If you've been with us in all of the sessions, I'm going to invite my colleague to advance the slide. One more back, which is the housekeeping slide. So very quickly, in order to anchor us, I'm going to invite you to drop any resources or books into the Q&A so that we can help track them. I'm also going to invite us in the chat box to really offer loving encouragement and resonance. If you hear something that both strikes you, maybe you might hear something that you don't agree with in its language, but you can say, wow, that is a different way of framing it than I would, and here's how I want to offer it for myself. And of course, this will be recorded. We get that question all day long. This will be recorded and it's up on the website so you can be in listening and learning. Okay, all that to say, let's move ahead. I want to one more back. Thank you. Okay, so today's panel, like I mentioned, is rooted in the discourse and discussions from Nicole, from Samira, and from Canada. And we're actually going to go in a different order. Canada will start us off, then we'll hear from Nicole, we'll end with Samira, and then we'll have time for discussion amongst the four of us, and then we'll bring in your Q&A. So please, please, please note your questions, offer them, and then we'll be able to hold them. And I want to offer for my colleagues to drop the program into the chat so that you can read our colleagues' full bios. Most importantly, I am welcoming Canada. You'll see my face in about 10 minutes. That cues you for your time to transition. Thank you so much for learning with us, Canada.
Oh, thank you for that amazing introduction. Really centering myself in that right now in my thoughts. So hi, my name is Canada. There's a little lovely picture of my head here. I use she, her pronouns. And My work focuses on suicide prevention and postvention in Multnomah County, which is in Oregon. I live here in Portland. And that's going to be an important part of the story and how I kind of evolved and figure out what this process looked like for postvention in our area. I come from working in behavioral health for a long time. I worked a lot with youth and families, people with severe mental illness, and took a break some years ago when I was widowed and started working in the death care industry. So I'm a certified funeral celebrant and death doula, and that plays into the story too. So I do creative things, I do fun things, and that is so essential to dive into this work. And I will always recenter conversations in that abundance because this is really hard work. So thank you all for engaging in this today. Okay, next slide. So I'm just going to review some postvention basics. And I know we've already kind of heard some things, but I want to use this as a framework to kind of pivot to a different type of postvention. So for many of you who are familiar with postvention or are not, you may have experienced it, but not known what it was called. Postvention really focuses on kind of the immediate and intermediate impacts for students, family, and community that are impacted by a traumatic death. Typically a suicide, though many places use the same type of postvention for any type of death at all. Postvention typically focuses on those most impacted by death. So often you figure out, okay, this is the person who's died, who was impacted, and you look at those circles that come out from that person of impact. And there may be some support for the entire community, depending what that looks like as well. There are many phases. There are ongoing phases of postvention. There's the immediate, the intermediate, and the long-term needs that are often factored in. Within a school setting, often there's more the immediate needs and the intermediate needs. And as many of you know who may work in school systems, sometimes those long-term needs get a little bit mushier, but they are always in the agenda for what to address. And so the idea of postvention obviously is to limit suicide, contagion, and support communities. And if you've taken any of the more evidence-based classes about postvention, you've read things that's really, really standardized. Like these are the ideas of postvention. I work supporting postvention in my whole county. So Multnomah County, Oregon. Portland obviously is the big city within our county, but we have over 7 school districts that we support. One of our school districts has 50,000 students. Our other school districts are smaller, closer to 10,000 each. And we have this very diverse community. Understanding this type of postvention in our community means we have to reflect on where we live at. Now, I'm originally from Chicago, but I've lived here in Portland, Oregon for 18 years now. And so I've gotten really, involved in this community. I'm embedded in the community. This is where I raised my children at. They went to public schools here. And so I know this community, but knowing this community also means knowing its history. And that plays into what it looks like to do postvention here. Now, wherever you live in the country, I know there's a unique history about what's happened with Indigenous people in your community, what's happened when chattel slavery ended and how people kind of migrated across the country. I came here as Black and Indigenous, still am actually, and live in this community and this identity, figuring out what it means to be this person and this identity and this body here. And I will say that this is a community that intentionally, Oregon is a whole state that intentionally did not welcome people like me here and had many laws to prevent people from settling here, from moving here. And there is a history of discrimination and racism and bigotry that's unique compared to other parts of the country, in which not only was everything legalized, but it was accepted and celebrated until it couldn't be anymore, until finally the federal government and different laws kind of superseded things. But there are some cultural implications to how communities are set up here, the history of the neighborhoods, the schools the kids are in, where people live at based on these historical facts that really are just a few decades ago. We're still untangling a lot of pieces of what has happened here. And so our community that we focus on, especially in the city, in the urban part of our county, we see a lot of diverse schools, a lot of Black families here. We have a lot of African immigrants, Vietnamese immigrants, a lot of Latin immigrants, and people who were born and raised here. So we have kind of a big mix in addition to Russian-speaking families and many other folks. Okay, next slide. So trying to figure out how to do postvention here in this area was a little tricky. People in this area may not have always been as open to outsiders coming in for support. And so there were some cultural barriers to kind of understanding, hey, I'm an outsider, but I work with you. And so let's open this door. Maybe we can communicate and I can show up for you. And so there was the work of just building that relationship to understand that there's a whole role seated in government that can support you in doing this. We've worked through that. And so people understand, yes, we can have outside support. But inviting outside support means also that outside support needs to understand the community, and every single school community here is unique, every single one of them. But there are some overarching connections, struggles, historical traumas that are shared throughout many of our districts. Often a post-vention plan, especially we sit down, we write these together, they're kind of based on this theoretical of like, okay, if this happens, we'll have this response and these things will happen. We'll call these people and then these folks will show up and they'll do groups for people and it'll be amazing and everyone will heal together. But a lot of those post-vention plans are written in this aspirational way that don't account for what it's actually going to feel like for people, what those needs are emotionally for people, spiritually for people in those spaces, physically for people in those spaces. And so I discovered very quickly that some of the post-vention responses that were happening were really focused in a very specific version of white dominant culture. And I would say it's a specific version even to the place that I live in. We have a lot of different cultural factors here that if you lived here in Portland, but if you live somewhere in Colorado, if you live back in Chicago or out in New York, it's going to look very, very different what that culture is. And here we like to say a lot of really awesome things, but then we don't always necessarily back those up with things afterwards. We're like, yeah, I really care about you. And like Black Lives Matter. And I'm really progressive, but I'm very, very uncomfortable being in a room with people who are different than me. And I'm really going to avoid this altogether. And so we'd have deaths that happen in our school, suicide deaths, violent murders. And unfortunately, these students would be students of color who died. And often what happened was that a team of therapists might just descend on the school. And we'd have these teams that show up and we're going to do support. And they are all white women. And though white women can obviously have skills and know how to engage with students of color, there literally was no one showing up that looked like these kids, that felt like these kids and understood that not only was there this murder that happened and maybe a suicide that happened, but also historically they live in a neighborhood that they were pushed out of because their parents are pushed out of that neighborhood. And it was just a generation ago. And that they're really actually kind of pushed away from a lot of the community aspects that they need. And that there are historical and intergenerational traumas that are happening in that family. And that fentanyl and the impacts of overdoses are impacting their community, and that food scarcity is real, even though we live in a place of abundance. And we have a lot of houseless youth in our schools here. And so our kids are holding this grief about many, many other things. And so when a death happens, that death occurs and they're grieving all those things together, plus the death of the person who is gone. And so we didn't really account for that in a lot of the post-vention. It was like, well, yeah, they're dealing with other stuff, but they're fine. Anyway, let's focus on this death. And my pushback was like, well, I see these kids talking. And when I talk to their families on the phone, or when I talk to them, they tell me everything's terrible. It's not just this death. It's that all these other things that happen, that we get these notices or we get communication and they pretend like they don't understand that we're experiencing all these other things. Or, you know, we have these groups, but people don't connect to us. They don't really understand us and they don't understand the things that we bring up. Or we have these policies in the school that we feel are discriminatory. All these things came into these youth grief. And so to acknowledge that at the baseline, our BIPOC and immigrant communities have a different baseline than some of our white youth might have. Some of our white youth, especially in our schools, may live in some more affluent neighborhoods because like a lot of cities, we have those histories of segregation in which the schools that are very in affluent areas may be mostly white. And the schools that are in less affluent areas are definitely not mostly white. And so the baseline experience of everyday life is very different. Some of you may be familiar that the West Coast, but other parts of the country, we have more issues with overt houseless situations on the street where literally kids are stepping over camps to walk to school. And those neighborhoods where that's happening are typically neighborhoods where we have more BIPOC and immigrant families living. We have overt drug use on the streets. That's impacting our kids as well. And that happens in areas where folks are living at who are people of color. So the baseline of just where their nervous system is at may be at a different place. Also, we do post-vention, we often focus just on the school community and maybe like a few other folks, like the family and maybe some other people, but it tends to be so focused heavily on the school that we're not acknowledging these kids living in a bigger community. And so maybe they're going to after-school programs that are associated with the school. Maybe they have friends and connections and meaningful places in community that are key for people to heal, and they're not being invited into those broader systems, those governmental systems that often have the institutional harm that has been perpetrated for many generations already in these systems, and they're not being invited in to participate. And so I kind of have pushed a little bit to say, hey, what if we open the door to other folks and actually invite them in to be a part of this post-vention and figure out how we're overlapping with the actual community that kids live in, because the school community doesn't live in a void, and neither do these kids. The post-vention responders, they need to be safe for youth. and for adults. We heard about this earlier today. When we do postvention, we actually provide that for the staff, for all the people who are working in the schools, for the teachers, for the social workers, for the counselors, because everybody there is impacted by the death, but it needs to be someone who's safe for them. Often I can show up and be a safe person for staff to talk to be able to process with and do that work. But the responders who show up for the youth are just as important. And sometimes we just have whoever is available, and that may not be the best case scenario for youth. And so that slowing down to think about, what does it look like? Where are the other places we might be looking for people who can be a supporter and a responder in postvention? Who do we call in and how do we do that? And actually start that conversation. That's a bigger ask because people feel like they're in crisis. So people aren't moving to that stage. And so this is I love this slide because we're talking about post-centered and healing and transformation. And what does that look like for people? So we all know that our families probably have traditions, or maybe when we grew up, we have traditions, we have things that we lean into that are protective factors for us, that are part of our own resilience, cultural aspects of our own existence that really enrich our lives and bring us joy and bring us healing. Often when we talk about postvention, we really are centered in a dominant culture view of this is what grief looks like. And so this is what recovery looks like. So what if we take that away and say, what are your own ways of healing that come from your community? If we look at Indigenous culture, if we look at Indigenous African culture, if we look at different cultures, everyone's got different ways of healing that often are very separate from the Westernized ideas of healing and of grief. From my experience working in the funeral world and the death care world, often families say, well, I don't know if we can do this at a funeral, if that's allowed, or I don't know if we can have these kind of stories. And I would say, well, why can't you? You're doing this. What's stopping you? And they would get stuck and realize there really was nothing stopping them. And I realized when I came into this work that often we kind of get stuck because we feel like there's one way this needs to go. Storytelling is one of those things that is ancient, it's a part of our DNA to tell stories, to connect to people. Movement is a part of that. We know that trauma lives in the body, and some of these youth may be impacted in different ways where these are now exacerbating other traumatic events in addition to the grief they have. We need to incorporate body work into this. We need to incorporate families and folks who are safe adults. And so sometimes families aren't always the safe adults. So who are the safe adults that can be in the community and help support these youth? And so people want rest. So maybe that is music, maybe that is connection, maybe that is creating ritual together and having the youth voice actually inform what that ritual is for community. And so what do we offer for rest for people? So not just a place to do work and do psychosocial education so we can learn about all these skills or do the things so we can check the box to say we communicated with you about a death, but what does the rest look like in this? And then other questions, how does your school integrate into the larger community, to organizations, to culturally grounded spaces? Do you have other cultural communities, other places that are either centers for people, cultural centers, spaces that provide groups for folks, behavioral health supports in your community that are very culturally centered, and how you invite them in? Do you have immigrant organizations that do amazing outreach and get food to people and help them with utilities? And they too are grieving. Maybe they want to be involved in your school community. So thinking more broadly about who can be involved in postvention can be an essential thing. And to ask yourself maybe some of those questions. I'm asking these questions all the time and learning all the time. So I don't have like, this is the way you do it. But I do know that just doing the work and trying and engaging has opened up a lot of doors and really changed some processes in some of the school districts that I work with. And then how do you invite the create healing practices at center that how do you invite and create healing practices that center the dominant cultural lens? How are you actively doing it? So how do you do that? So you're like, well, you know, we do this and somebody has 3 days off of work when they are bereaved, and then they come back and they do these things. Think about the ways in which you center your own idea about healing at school. And that can be from your but also this greater idea of what it looks like. So it's been 6 months. Why are these kids still grieving? I actually had a school administrator call me and ask me to come and do work with her staff because she didn't understand why everyone was still so upset about a death. And I asked questions about, tell me more about this. And I knew a little bit of the backstory, but people had died 3 months before, and there was an initial postvention, but they never really felt like their needs were met in that. And no one was really functioning well. The staff was not functioning well at all. And she wondered, well, I feel like they should be over it by now. I asked the question, where does that come from? I'm curious, is there a timeline on grief? I just asked it. Now, of course, I'm like, no, there's not. but what do you think it should look like for people? And we had this really rich conversation about expectations around what grief and death looks like. And so how are you inviting those practices in from the dominant cultural lens? And then how do you kind of disinvite them when they're no longer serving you, when they're not fitting your community, when they're not helping your students? Okay, next slide. So we want to shift our leaders to support responses that can look different, where we can kind of deconstruct what we have and then continue to recreate and create together and co-create. We don't know necessarily what's going to work best for community, but we may have a lot of different places to pull from. So we have to be vulnerable in the fact that we might not always do what we think is going to be perfect, but it's going to be great, because we're really going to sit in it with intention and vulnerability and engage community, and we'll create that together. And that will be a wonderful experience for people, even if it's not some idealized version of like, oh, it should do this and it should do that. We don't always know what we need until we're in that moment. So we just need to keep trying and practicing. And often post-vention responses are so structured that we don't leave any space for creativity and people to figure out how we can actually show up in the moment for people. We need to also look at culturally specific providers for people in schools. And so a lot of schools do have culturally specific providers in different ways, but how do we do that around grief and death and working with people after traumatic events? How are we inviting those providers in? Do we have contracts set up for people, all the really nitty-gritty logistics, so that way we call them and we've already figured out what that is? And who wants to show up? Because you'd be surprised when you open that door to invitation, a lot of different people may want to come to support you, and you can figure out what that looks like. We want to shift to maybe community organizations having more involvement, because often they have involvement in the youth's lives well outside of school, and they actually may have had involvement before they ever came to your school and after they leave your school. So looking at what some of those long-term supports are to engage. We want to get youth and adult feedback too. After we do a post-vention response, often we're like, okay, it worked. We're done. Everything's, things are going. Well, have we asked people, did that work for you? Do you still have other needs? What are some spaces that are safe for you to process, to create together, to center your own grief in this, and to center community process and grief? One of the things about post-vention is that often we just center the individual or we just center the community, and we have to hold both together. So often there's a response for community and a response for individual, but both are in process together. We are holding space together. This work doesn't happen in a void, and the healing doesn't happen in a void in which one exists without the other. And so continuing to reevaluate how that is working together. Is there alchemy in which we figured out that this is balanced, where people are feeling their needs are met on both ends? It's not us and them, it's just us. I say this all the time, whether it's behavioral health, we're talking about treatment for individuals, we're figuring out grief with people. People who are often separated from others who are grieving, and maybe they didn't feel the loss in a first or a second or a third degree, are still feeling the impact of that grief, that it's our community, that it's all of us. And so how are we all showing up to it? If we are staff, we're still us. Right. So even if it's somebody that we didn't know very well that died in our school community, whether it be another faculty or staff or a student, it's still us. It's the us. And making sure we kind of de-silo our thinking about how that works. But ultimately, transforming and healing, these are processes that take they take a lifetime, they take generations of healing. So we have those layers, right, of healing from historical and generational trauma happening that we just get to inherit and we continue to heal from that. But there's a healing that we experience from our losses that we will continue to heal and sit in that work and sit in that grief and nurture it and carry it and hold that in a special place for ourselves that we get to keep and hold. We don't solve grief because we did post-vention. We actually want to have the grief. We want to sit in that grief. That grief is essential. And so we're not pushing that away. And we know this is lifetime work. So we can set our youth up, our students up, our faculty, our teachers up for success, and helping them realize that this grief and our post-vention is a lifelong process. And we want people to look at this in a long view, not just a short view of what we need today. So our students can be that foundation. We can help them grow in their work and help them learn as they grow, that one day when they're 35 and they look back on high school, they'll say, you know what, there was this event that happened and people showed up and they showed me how maybe I can be a person who shows up differently. They showed me a way to think radically differently about this. We have this potential to really change what this looks like for our future generations, which makes this really exciting, even when we're sitting in the saddest, darkest moments with people, to know that this too can be a gift, to quote Mary Oliver. So that's all I have. Thank you for sharing this time.
you, beautiful Canada. Thank you, your wisdom. Thank you for your imagery that evokes green and vibrancy and aliveness. I'm really called into your practice of showing the hard work of cultural humility in knowing from the lineage in which a location and a school and a community sits, and the historical analysis that's necessary to be present for the grief work in front of us. Thank you so much, Canada. We're going to transition to Nicole. Nicole is in a hotel room in New York because it's the New York Life Foundation's Children's Bereavement Month. And so Nicole is a traveling grief teacher. And Nicole, I just want to cue the audience by the participants in your community by sharing that this is the first time you're sharing this work, and to offer Nicole a lot of love and care and radical embrace. And so Nicole, please introduce yourself, and we're so grateful to be learning from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Barnes. I'm the program manager for Park Nicollet Foundation Growing Through Grief program. We're based in Minnesota. We do school-based grief support. That's all we do. We're actually an extension of the healthcare system that goes into the education system and lives and breathes our work right with the school staff and the students. We have been in operation for 26 years. We are a grassroots program that started with one family who said we have to change the way we're supporting our children when it comes to grief. We're just not doing it in a way that we need to. The services aren't there, and the consequences of not being there are too big, as their family experienced when after the loss of Katie's father, and then Katie took her own life related to unsupported grief. So we took this family's excitement and enthusiasm for creating change in the community and move forward. And now we had about 840 referrals last year for our grief support in schools. So there's definitely a need out there. This presentation today is making my heart beat fast. So I want to move into the context of violence. Part of this presentation is about grief amongst violence and in the context of violence. The next slide will show you a few stats on the violence that our community has experienced in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area the last couple of years. First of all, the current state is that our childhood bereavement rates are rising, and they are at about 25% more than they were in 2020. So the reality that our children are grieving and experience death in their lives is real, as it was 26 years ago, but actually greater. The 4 leading causes to death for a student who experiences the death of a parent are in the last couple of years have been COVID, which is one of the major ones. But then also homicide by gunshot violence. That's the 2nd leading cause of death for African-American parents, the 9th for white parents, and the 6th for all race and ethnicities. When we did a special survey with our Hennepin County service area, African-American families were 19 times more likely to experience homicide and be involved. When we did a sampling survey of some of our groups in the Minneapolis area and the couple of districts around that, homicide happening, every one of them was experienced a homicide, whether it be directly or in their neighborhood. Accidental overdose is the 3rd leading cause, which is anything related to an overdose that's not a suicide or a homicide, and then suicide. All of this is in breath of the social unrest with the George Floyd murder, the Winston Smith, Dante Wright, Deshaun Hill, which is the youngest and the closest to our work. 1 in 4, 26% of our residents report fear of violence, fear of being attacked or fear of being harmed. In 1995, Minneapolis was termed Murderopolis. I moved to Minneapolis in 1996. And my parents were a little concerned with that. I still moved with the social work background, getting ready to be my eager self trying to change the world. I was humbled quickly. There was so much opportunity and I just didn't know where to begin. In 2021, 93 murders. So we were creeping close to that 1995 number. And in 2022, we're at 80. So there's definitely violence surrounding our children. In this context, you can see it clearly. But there's also other areas of violence. Violence around immigration stories, around domestic violence, around sexual violence. And if I were to ask about, you know, the George Floyd situation, that is a piece of the violence. There's lots of violence. Let's go to the next slide. Our program's traditional model is to do long-term grief support. We are an extension of a hospice program. We go into schools and basically when a student experiences the loss of a loved one, they get their own personal grief counselor until they graduate. That model works beautifully in many districts. That's why we've been able to be supported for 26 years by the community in supporting the grief needs of our schools and our students in schools. We've been in our Minneapolis school district for 18 years and partners with them. Our engagement was not as high as our other districts. And when the incident with the social unrest happened, I'm like, how can we respond? I mean, if there's ever a time to respond to grief, now is the time. And how can we respond? Because I didn't feel like our traditional model was going to cut it. Even though I had a lot of pride in our traditional model and a lot of success, I just didn't feel like that was the way. And so we started talking as a group, as a team, and my lead counselor in Minneapolis we started to open our minds about what we could do different. And then Minneapolis called us up and said, well, how can we work together? And we sat down at a table and we explored different ideas. And we created and wrote curriculum for what we call a CARES model. A CARES model is a short-term grief support group for 8 weeks. It opens the door not only to death of a parent or a sibling, but to death that's encountered, whether it be a neighbor, your community, through sexual violence, through domestic violence, but death experienced. Because we realized and we knew, but it just became so close to home that the death experience is deep in the inner city urban BIPOC population. So we wrote the curriculum together and we prompted these 8-week grief groups for schools to work with. And we we're providing a grief kit. We're about 2 years into the pilot. We have 1 more year left. So that the kit was so that the schools can maintain the work afterwards. Concept is barrier-free, no cost, no transportation. There's no attendance policy. They can come for 1 group or they can come for all 8 groups. It's really no rules around participation. It's creating the safe place. Every piece of the curriculum ties to one of the themes designed in CARES: community, which is all about building trust and understanding each other. which is very, can be very hard when there's so much violence going around. But there's efforts with that. Awareness. What is grief? How does it work? What is trauma? What is the difference between grief and trauma? How do they overlap? Some psychoeducation. Resilience. Finding ways to cope. Empathy. Finding ways to listen. Really a powerful skill that we go over with kids on how to listen when people are telling their stories. Because listening is the root to all of our relationships, which is the key to community and coming together. And then strength. How do we find strength in the dark spots? How do we find the hope? Next slide. So the kids we're seeing in this model, they are kids who have had homicide happen in their direct family, or they may be a survivor of homicide. There are kids who have had their best friend shot right in front of them, and they're coming to group because of that. Being a survivor is a challenge in itself. Family violence, neighborhood violence, gang violence, sexual assault survivors, substance abuse, violence that leads to incarceration and the grief that comes with incarceration. Kids who have fled war with their families and that process of getting to safety, the unknown of how we're going to get there, how long it's going to take us to get there, if we will get there, and the death that they surround them in that ambiguous process. Deceased parents, siblings, and homelessness. You can see on the right side of the slide stories of students that bring and bravely share their grief story. How they stayed up all night during the riots and took turns because they fear their safety and they are protecting each other. How bringing in their traditional custom wardrobe has made them a victim of bullying. Honoring their family and coming to a place of community and being bullied. And then the whole immigration and the government and war and figuring out how to find safety. The last slide. There's a lot to learn in this new experience. First of all, the challenges are schools are busy. That's no new information for everybody. Schools are busy. Scheduling. That's like the #1 biggest challenge. Student identification. Kids are mobile. You know, I don't know if I can get a student here. Do they have to be here for 8 weeks? No, let's break that rule. Attendance isn't required. They come, if they want to stay, they stay. If they can only come at the first one and the last one, that's what they do. We want them to take what they can get. So each week is designed for them to walk away with something. The whole 8 weeks will get them a package, but they have to be ready for what they want and what they can receive. And they can always repeat. Signs of good, students come in not wanting to share. And they come in and say, nope, I'm not here, but I'll sit here, right? And they end up opening up and sharing. The students are scared, they're uncertain, they're not sure why they're showing up to group. Somebody mentioned it as an opportunity and I'm here. At the end, they're thankful because it is a safe place. The facilitator creates safety for them that they can't find in other places in our community. Homes struggle, families are grieving. Kids do not want their parents to grieve, and they don't want to be the cause of their trouble. So sharing these hard emotions, sometimes we need just a safe, neutral place. Initially, with our traditional model, we had about 10 kids in traditional groups across 2 schools. Currently, we have 55 students across 7 schools. And now going into our 3rd year of the pilot, we're anticipating 12 schools. So the increase in participation tells me that our change in responding to the cultural humility, that our traditional program wasn't the right program for this district, is a good thing. We're making impact for more kids, and we changed. And the lessons we learned in that, humility. It's okay. Not one way treats every situation equally. It's okay to create equality and equity and do things in different ways. Getting to change is not a straight line. Getting to success is not a straight line. The beginning and end are great, excited, accomplished, but this part in the middle is really, can be stressful and ambiguous and unknown and up and down, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Suffocated grief is real. Kids are consequented for their grief, most commonly in schools, most commonly in poverty situations, most commonly with African-American families. And then, as I said before, very few safe places. We have found that kids are feeling blessed to have found a safe place. I will end at that and pass it up to Samira.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much. There are many people who are interested specifically in your program. And so we'll get to some of those questions, and hope please put your questions in the Q&A pod so that we can flag them. But I want to say this before we get to Samira. Nicole, what I heard in your share is that your original model structured grief one-on-one with a broader learning, an organizational commitment to self-evaluation and self-critique. Oh, we actually aren't meeting the way that grief is showing up because of ecological layers and concentric circles of grief, right? Individual, familial, communal, structural, institutional, and you changed your model in order to meet young people where they are. Thank you.
Yes, to be more inclusive and more equitable and provide more inclusion. Yeah, we did do peer groups in our traditional model. That part was the same, but the way, the model and the structure of how we did it was different.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll get to hear more about that in the Q&A. I want to move to Samira. Samira, thank you so much for sharing where your culture humility shows up in San Diego, California.
Thank you for having me. I'm so honored to be here with my co-panelist. As Leora said, I graciously and humbly am a part of the SCRR fellowship program, and I am meeting all of you this afternoon, all 600 and something of you, in the space and the positioning as a learner alongside you. So I come into this work as a child life specialist. My humble beginnings as a professional started working alongside families in the hospital setting. And the most incredible, meaningful, brings me to tears, drops me to my knees work was working with families at end of life. I have graciously held children as they took their last breath in an effort to support them so that they weren't alone and their end of life. That drew me into grief work because on the other side of that was the contrast of what does it look like for our youth when they are the survivors, when they are on the other side of death, and what does that look like, and what does support look like, and how do we integrate that? So a lot of what I'm speaking to you about today comes from my own humility and my own opportunities to learn, having served in a children's bereavement program where we were providing school-based support services, both in the immediacy after a death and longer-term support services. We can move to the next slide. I now graciously work for another organization that also provides grief support to children. So when I was invited to be a part of this exorbitant opportunity, I really sat with the word humility, cultural humility and humility. And what I know about grief and what we know is that grief is unique. David Kessler said that grief is as unique as our fingerprints, meaning no two people grieve the same way. And if we take that construct and we're aware of that construct, I sit with a lot of questions. And most of my opportunity to speak in front of all of you today is going to be really reflective. And I invite you to do the same. That is a part of my personal and professional practice. And where it brings me today is, if we know that construct, if we know how unique and how individualized grief is, how do we celebrate the individuality of grief in our students and our school communities? So as I approach you in this space, again, I invite you to take some of these questions and ask them for yourself. I'll offer a couple nuggets of suggestions, but a lot of my time with you is going to be inquiry-based. So when I sat with the question around unpacking the uncomfortable and how does cultural humility intersect with grief, I sat with duality. And many places where I found myself as a professional providing that grief support in the schools, I sat with a lot of duality. And duality is defined as the opposition or contrast between two concepts or two aspects of something. And as this continued to show up, I wanted to explore with you some of the ways that that showed up in the work that I was doing, supporting our schools. So when asked to partner with a school in the immediacy after a student or faculty member who died, oftentimes that duality showed up in the sense of a violent death. So after a suicide, homicide, accident, or substance-related death. When we were partnering with our schools, the duality showed up in our strategic planning. How do we provide an effective, inclusive, holistic grief support response, knowing that we're sitting with how do we honor the student who died without the ick that maybe came up with highlighting how they died? And oftentimes in the conversations that I had with school professionals and the conversations I had with our internal team, it came back to, what is the root of what we're doing? Why are we providing grief support? And I always came back to the sentence that our grief support is rooted in honoring a life. It is rooted in honoring a life. And in that rooting of honoring a life, we are trying to step away from highlighting the cause of death. And so when we would partner with schools to provide that response, sometimes the dialogue was, how do we do this? And my response was with consistency. If we come back to that root notion that what we're doing by holding space for grief is honoring a life, then how we show up in the response to a death, regardless of the cause of death, is to be as consistent as we can be. The consistency comes in the foundation of how we communicate that someone in our school communities has died. It comes in the ways that we provide that therapeutic space for our students and our staff to honor their grief experience, to memorialize and pay tribute to someone that they cared for on their campus, or to just honor the inconceivable notion that my peer died on this campus. And that shouldn't have to be. It comes to how we continue to provide that support and how we normalize the shared collective experience that we've had. But part of that is sitting with, how do we provide support, right? How do we engage with that? Furthermore, in providing some of those supports, another opportunity for duality was sitting with, what do we do when a student's family, let's say a student died on our campus, chooses not to disclose the cause of death? How do we sit with the contrast of wanting to support the students on our campus while wanting to respect the wishes of our families? How do we sit with both and? So how do we engage in conversations while allowing students to explore their grief responses, their questions, their grapplings, their unknowings, their confusion, while still respecting our commitment to our families and perhaps not answering those questions? And can sitting in that space be supportive in and of itself? Can honoring that we don't know, that we don't have those responses, be enough of a support to welcome our communities in to just have those conversations and for us to grapple together? I sat a lot with as supportive staff coming in from an organizational perspective into a school community, not being a professional that is at a school 24/7. How do our school staff hold their own grief while holding the grief of their students? The death of a child is inconceivable. It's not in the right order, right? Children are not supposed to die before us. So when a student dies on our campus, how do we as professionals, how do we as the holders also grieve? And are our schools equipped to provide our staff with that type of support? Do we have opportunities to acknowledge our own grief while still holding space for others? Do we have the opportunities to say, I need support so that I can show up for my students? Do we have safe places to grapple with the questions of what does this actually look like and how do we honor each other? We can move to the second slide. And when I reflect on duality, I reflect on culture, the essence of this panel discussion. And as I lean into supporting students with grief, our aim is to create an opportunity for students to guide us and lead us into how best to be supported. The grievers are the experts on their own grief. And so while we aim to have children lead us into this work, how can we also have them lead us into their own cultural considerations and thoughts and rituals and opportunities for mourning? So recently, I had tuned into a talk talking about a crisis response at a university level. And the main takeaway that speaker had shared with us was for the students to lead us, for us not to lead them. So again, in the space of learnership, I don't think that's grammatically correct. But in this space of humility, I ask the question, how do we meet culture in these spaces? So as I think about my experiences where culture and grief intersected, I think about how do our programs, how do our approaches, how we offer support to students meet their cultural needs? So from the very different vantage points of access, I think about culture. I think about the culture of our schools. What is the culture inside of a school? Does the school site that we're aiming to support, are they academia focused, sports focused, theater focused? But do they actually, have they fostered and created an opportunity to invite students in to express their grief on campus? Have we already shared that with them so that they know they can come to us? Or has the culture of our school taken on a different identity that maybe their social emotional supports are not as readily available or are not as readily an access point to them? So how are students expressing themselves at school? And then from the cultural background of our students, what are those? And how can we create support that truly celebrates the individuality and the shared experiences of those cultures and what they bring to our communities? When we're not attuned to the variety of cultures on our campus, how do we foster an open, welcoming environment for all forms of expression to be shared? And how can we offer a space that encourages students to participate in the rituals that are culturally inclusive to them? For students to create memorials in areas where they find belonging and attachment to the person who died. Are there ways that we can invite students in to choose where those spaces are that doesn't compromise anything at our school site? When we think about the culture of the school site infrastructure, that's when I think about our support for our staff. How are they supported from an administrative point of view? And who carries the loudest voice to implement that needed support? And depending on how that support is delivered, how does that impact that domino effect of how our staff is supported and then how our students are supported? And lastly, what is the culture of our needs at our school site? What are the true needs of our students and our staff, and how are we meeting those needs? We can move to the next slide. And so I sit with a question that a cherished mentor of mine very recently asked me. How can we move alongside someone instead of for them? So again, as I approach you today with my learner hat on, with my humility in this space, as I reflect on asking these uncomfortable questions to guide this unpacking, to guide this conversation, what is next in our collective community and how we show up to create opportunities for greater inclusivity, for compassion, for humility, and for true surrendering to our students. And if we aim to offer those opportunities for students' voices to be the loudest in the room, for those that are grieving to be the experts on their own grief, then how do we surrender to walking alongside them rather than directing them? And if we feel like some of these questions are too radical to bring to our sites, then where do we even start?
Thank you, Samira. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. What a powerful question to sit and hold after listening and learning with Canada, Nicole, and you. I'm taking a big breath. We have some time to dig in a little bit more, to massage out some of these complicated questions. I'm going to invite my colleague to advance the slide. And I want to also offer Samira, Canada, and Nicole a choice, a trauma-informed panel experience, 2 questions in the chat that you might choose from. For folks who might need a little bit of difference, there's also cultural humility practice STEM questions on the slide so that you might take 1 or 2 and start to practice where you are and then apply to your grief work. But for Samira, Canada, and Nicole, 2 questions, choose which one feels most potentially uncomfortable and offer, right? One is to share an example of when you felt like you got cultural humility right with your grief work in schools, or when you've had oops moments. And then, or the other option, where does your personal grief culture collaborate or collide with the school's culture with whom you work? Nicole, you want to go first? I saw you.
Yeah, I can start. Thank you for that. Well, I am a white Caucasian woman from Norwegian, Irish, and Scottish background. Part of my work as an individual was to work on intercultural development inventory test and plan for myself. And what I discovered when I was doing that work was I was pretty comfortable with cultural knowledge, but hadn't done much application in my career of meeting the needs around knowing that knowledge. When it came to the intensity and the violence and the cultural needs of the community that I lived in, I thought I need to do something. And I didn't really know what to do. And that alone is a humbling moment, because I tend to think my education and my work experience guides me in a way I can pretty much know mostly what I'm doing. But I had no clue what to do. And I felt like something from our program that was a grief support program for schools needed to do to respond so these kids had options available to them. And that's when the partnership and our model change began to take breath. Now, as I said, one of the lessons learned is, moving towards success is not a straight line, right? We had oops moments. And there was time tension became real amongst the leaders who were trying to support the grief. One being myself and other leaders. And one time I left a meeting just crying. I cried for an hour afterwards because I just felt so bad. Like I was a bad person. Like I was caught in this change process and it wasn't going right and I didn't know what I was doing and maybe it wasn't the right thing to be doing the way we were going. But I'm glad I stuck with it because I think that humble feeling and that oops feeling is part of our growth and it's part of our ability to apply what we know. If I didn't go there and if I didn't live through that and if I didn't bravely hang on to it, I would have never actually been able to apply what I knew could potentially help children through the multiple layers of grief they were experiencing. Don't shy away from the challenges. Take them, cry with them. Know they're okay and they're real. And if just like a peer support group, if you don't have some tension at some time in the group, you're probably not doing it right. So if you're not nervous about speaking in front of 600 and some people on a virtual seminar, you're probably not doing it right. So getting outside your comfort zone is part of life. And I'm just would encourage everybody to do that and to find out where they're at in that intercultural process and how they can apply their knowledge and their love for the world.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm going to drop the questions one more time for Samira and Canada because it moved up, and I want to cue everyone to, we as a team decided we're going to hold this space for 5 minutes after our original close. So we're going to close this panel at 50 after the hour. And Nicole, I know you have a quick plane to catch at 45. So if you need to depart, we got you. And Canada and Samira and I will close. I want to go first to Samira and then close this question round with Canada's voice, if that's okay, Canada. Okay, Samira.
I think just one example comes to mind for me of where humility hit me in the face, if you will. It was in my very humble beginnings, working in grief and working with a school where I had tried every like Mary Poppins trick that I felt like I had to try to make grief work be of access and be of interest to the students I was working with. And finally, when I surrendered to asking the students after multiple tries of what can I do to foster this space in a way that speaks to your language, a student so bravely stood up and said, it's not that we don't want to do this work, it's that we don't know what this work is. No one's invited us into this space. No one has told us that we're welcome here. No one has shared with us that after the death of someone so close to us, and in this case for the student, it was their primary caregiver, that I am given a space to even acknowledge that this happened. I'm expected to move forward. So it's not that I don't want to do this work, it's that I don't have the language to do it.
I'm not even sure where to say it because I'm thinking about that. So that's amazing. The second part, where is my culture? Where is the grief culture collaborate with schools culture? I think one of the biggest stumbling blocks I had when I started my work, and I still run into it, so I have to keep checking myself and learning constantly, is that I just sit in the things. I talk about death all the time. I talk about suicide and homicide to me, and all the other types of death all sit in the same space. And when I came into the work, I realized that people have so much shame and stigma about all kinds of death and discomfort with regular death that I'm like speaking in some foreign Vulcan language of a different place. And that, so a lot of the other work that I must assumed everybody was at, they're not there. And so I'm like, yeah, let's do these cool radical things. And really it was just me kind of pushing people further than they could go. That wasn't a place they were ready for. And so I had to slow down and be like, where are people at? And there were times in which I felt like I was being called into code switching more than I wanted to, because I just had a different way of being in the world, and acknowledging that that is something that we do. And yet, how can I figure out a way to talk with people that feels like it doesn't betray myself, but meets their need of understanding. And so I think there's been a lot of internal strife for me of like, it's time, kids, let's be free. Let's have all these healing things. And my own sense of carrying kind of this extra burden of healing for people of color in general that I feel is not elevated. So when people, you know, we had a lot of people here when George Floyd happened, they're like, oh, now I actually lead a different diversity group outside of this work. And someone said, I didn't realize racism was still so bad until I saw this. And I saw so many people talking like that. And I was like, what do you mean? And so I feel like I move, like I joke all the time, and Leora's heard this, like I bust through the room like a Kool-Aid man when I walk in the room, and I'm like, yeah, come on, everybody, let's do the things. We're all excited. And just people are in different places, and that it's okay, that we all come from a different place where maybe talking about really messy stuff wasn't normalized for them. And I was just fortunate in that way. And that's a privilege I didn't know I had, that talking about messy stuff of all things was a normal part of my growing up in my family. And I just thought, this is what people do. And so I didn't realize it was going to be such a barrier. And so I've had experiences where I walk in the schools and I actually talk to kids and they're like, oh, you just said that right to the kids. And we're talking and I'm like, wait a minute, this is so against the culture here that they're literally like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I used to work with kids. It's all good. Let's talk. But those are different settings and different places and different radical social workers I was working with. So I think getting that and sitting in the fact that the culture they have is one, even if I'm like not, I can understand it and then I'm not from it, but being able to sit and hold that and tend to people where they're at with their cultural experience and calling people out of some dominant culture things, that those things can be healing for them, but only when they're ready for it. Because I think dominant culture is beyond anybody's culture. So growing up in the Midwest, a lot of people, I grew up and went to high school and college in Iowa, were a lot of Iowans. People leaned into a lot of their culture from Europe, and yet that has been taken in so many ways as we kind of generalize American culture. So how do I get people to lean back into, like, we come from many rich traditions over thousands and thousands of years, and the more that we get away from dominant culture, the more we can engage in that. So it's been an interesting journey back and forth, and feeling myself fall on the floor some days where it's like, okay, I'm not getting how to do this communication thing because I'm in a different place. So it's a process.
Thank you, Canada. One of the moments in my life, I've shared this with Samir when we were talking about this session, and I want to offer explicit examples because I think that helps folks in the audience also connect with some of the questions that we're posing and grappling with. Is one of the first funerals that I ever went to with a student. There wasn't with my students for another student, and actually it was a young man who was on the mural of the picture that Santoy posted earlier today. When the first funeral, there was an open casket, and I was sharing with Samira that in my cultural lineage, to be and witness of an open casket is a really big deal. When you're involved in a body, when you are engaged with a body, it's a big deal. There's lots of processes to go through afterwards to actually experience and process and then release the interaction with a dead body. And I knew in that moment that there was a cultural collision. I was at a student's funeral in my whiteness and also in my Jewishness, in a space that was both beautifully Christian and also Black, and how to be in dialogue in this moment as an educator. And so the decision was not go up to the open casket, but to walk alongside my students and then to be with the casket, but to position my body that it both collaborated with my own needs and also paid respect to the student and their family. And I want to share that is a moment that that might have been an oops and it might be an ouch. And all of us, Samira, Canada, Nicole, and everyone, we have those moments where we have to figure out how to negotiate our own needs and the needs of the young people that we're working with, right? And there may not be a right moment. So I want to offer a last question before we close, which is, and there was someone who asked about bias. We opened with bias. It's like, what have you found? What have you found as a way to be clear about what biases you might be walking in the room with either types of death or types of violence that you feel more anchored in or anchored against? Or biases with how you can support school communities to navigate whose lives are mattering and whose lives are not mattering. Light question for the last question. Nicole, I want to go to you first because I know you've got to bounce first.
Yeah, thank you. I am going to bounce right after I answer this. I have a fairly simple answer. And we struggle with this in the medical system as well. And I talked initially about how our program is an extension of the medical system and goes into the education system, which I just find is a really impactful community effort when you can get our two major systems working together for the same efforts. But on the anti-racist group that we lead within our department, our discussion has been that we will support the patient or we will support the student, but we will not support the bias and we will not support the racism. So that's where we stand. And Dr. O was the one who said that for the first time. And when she said it, it gave us all goosebumps, and it just holds within all of our meetings and all of our work. And now we're finding ways to empower people so that we can support the people and not the bias. And if we can do that as a system, then we're going to be able to move forward with more kindness.
Thank you, Nicole. And actually interrupting the bias is supporting the people, right? Yeah. Safe flight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Canada and Samira, however you would like to close.
I know we're like thumb wrestling virtually, like you, no, you.
Okay, Canada, you go first. Your alphabetical C, then S,
Okay.
and then we'll close the
Oh
session.
man.
Holy bias.
I'll make this short. I think it's learning to sit with the discomfort, and I think you know, Samira, you brought that up in your slides, like this duality and there's this internal piece to this that I think I have to accept never being settled, that there are constantly going to be moments in which culture is in conflict with my understanding of culture and being in culture, and that holding that space and learning from that, and then showing up for people as they call in, and that and being expansive in that accepting that every single person and every single school and every community has unique culture. I am Black, I live here, and Indigenous, and very different culture growing up than what Black and Indigenous is here. And so even my understanding of what that might mean, I come into conflict where it's like, oh, I need to learn. And sometimes things feel uncomfortable for me. So even my own understanding of self-culture isn't necessarily going to be a match for everybody I work with. And I can call that out easily for other people, but sometimes I get stuck and forget it for myself. And so I think that constant analyzing is a big piece of this. And sitting in empathy and vulnerability with people, because really we're all trying to connect so deeply. And if I center that, I never forget what I'm doing.
Beautiful. Thank you. Samira?
I'm going to quickly echo some of what Canada just graciously offered. And I think when I come against, or when I'm faced with some biases, it's an opportunity for self-reflection. Whatever is being triggered in me is an opportunity for me to get inquisitive about whether I feel like there's a barrier to achieve the level of support that I hope a school community can do, or whether there is a type of death that is affecting me differently than one another. I think I just take those moments to say, what is this messaging for? And what do I want to do with it now that it's here?
Purpose and process and outcome. Yeah, lovely. Okay, big breath. Thank you, Canada and Samira and Nicole. We're gonna actually, if my colleague can go back one, I'm gonna do a little bit of a different close. I want to invite everyone in the room, the 600 folks in the room. There are 5 questions on the first half of what's up on the screen. And instead of sitting with reflection on how things landed in the session, I'm going to invite us into some collective accountability. And I encourage you to pick one of those questions and to enter in the chat as the question that you want to do work on in your grief, culture, humility that will drive more justice work in your schoolwork. So it could mean, am I self-reflective? It could mean, what is my own personal culture? Am I clear about my personal values, beliefs, thoughts, and feelings in grief? How does my values and belief affect how I perceive others? Or what are my biases, sensitivities, and triggers with respect to another's expression of personal culture? So I want to leave this up and really invite people into some collective accountability of what question is going to be the catalyst, using Roberto's phrase from this morning, the catalyst to driving your culturally humble work in your grief schoolwork. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Okay. Samira and Canada, if we have a longer break now, if you're open to it, when you're off screen in the Q&A, there's a couple questions for you. And so if you might type your answers and we can support some of the questions that way, that would be lovely. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to take my moderator hat off and put host hat back on. I'm going to cue what's coming up next, and then we can maybe leave some of those questions up on the screen for folks to marinate or deep fry or whatever your culture is around food. Up next, we're going to take a break until the hour. Sorry.
Welcome back, everybody. It's wonderful to see that we still have, what are my number counts, over 500 people in the room with us for our workshop. I hope that you found the break beneficial. My name is Felicia Benson, and I'm going to take a chapter from Leora, how she took off her host hat and put on her moderating hat. I'm now going to take off my tech host hat and reintroduce myself as one of our MHTTC GSVLI staff that will be leading us to our next session and moderating today's workshop. I feel privileged to be here and share this space with everyone today. If you've ever attended a previous GSVLI of ours, we've really taken this programming and tried to evolve with each year and build upon your feedback. After 3 years of hosting this event, the planning team really sat down and determined that on each day of this year's GSVLI for 2023, we want to offer a deeper learning, some of that time through a workshop session. The goal of this workshop that's coming up next is to allow us to engage in a different way than the panel, and the intention is to strengthen our skills. While the topic or client population may not be 100% aligned to yours, there is always opportunity to glean a takeaway or learning that you can apply to your work. I learn something new every day and just very privileged to be here and walk through this. Next slide, please. And if you've been with us all day today, you will have seen this slide come up a couple of times. At the start of each session, we've gone over these housekeeping items. And, we've made it through the majority of today without any tech issues. So just in case we do have to stop unexpectedly with our presentation, we will follow up with the email that you registered on immediately. If you have a question for our workshop presenters, Oscar and Marissa, please use the Q&A button that you see down below. If you have something that you want to share with all attendees, we welcome you to do so. We welcome you to share ideas, resources, and thoughts that resonate with you. One quick thing to reiterate is that this is being recorded. All session recordings from today will be posted to our website. We just need a little bit of time to get those uploaded following the event. We'll also be issuing certificates of attendance to those who have attended at least half of today, and we just need a little bit of processing time for that as well, and we'll get those to you within a week. Otherwise, this event is closed captioned, so please, if you're just joining and haven't already enabled that CC button down at the bottom of your toolbar in Zoom, please do so if you would like. Next slide, please. And so a couple of working agreements. Because this is our first workshop together today, these are some suggested ways we can learn together in a way that respects all funds of knowledge in our virtual room and space here today. Marissa and Oscar are about to skillfully lead us through a charged topic, one that might be deeply personal for some, political for others, or proximate for other communities with whom we work. While we're on Zoom webinar and not face-to-face, there's still an opportunity to be clear and kind with one another in how we want to show up for ourselves. I'm going to read these agreements out loud and invite you to reflect on 1 or 2 working agreements that feel most necessary for you in this space. You don't have to share, it can be silent identification. The first one, safety and self-preservation first. The second, We are each our own best expert. The third, be as present as possible. And the fourth, sharing isn't mandatory. The fifth, recognize that no two grief experiences are the same. Listen to each other with care, respect, and dignity. And last but not least, expect a lack of closure. So I'm just going to ask that we keep this slide up for just 30 seconds so that you can read through the rest of the pieces that I did not read out loud yourself. Okay, thank you. We can advance to the next slide, please. As the GSVLI 2023 planning team, we also wanted to highlight a strong leader in the grief field. Today, we have the honor of learning with Marissa and Oscar from the Trauma and Grief Center. And if my colleagues can go ahead and put that link into the chat for the center, that would be wonderful and I would appreciate that. The Trauma and Grief TAG Center at the Hackett Center for Mental Health is here to raise the standard of care and increase access to best practice care among traumatized and bereaved children, adolescents, and their families. A major focus of the TAG Center involves the development of novel treatments for children, teens, and young adults who have been exposed to trauma and bereavement, and ensuring that those treatments work for different populations of youth in the greater Houston area, across Texas, and throughout the U.S. Marissa and Oscar will lead us through an interactive workshop together, and we are so grateful to be learning with you. And so without further ado, I'm going to welcome the spotlight for my colleagues here today, Marissa and Oscar, and then welcome you to introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Felicia. And do you want me to go ahead and share now?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. They look okay?
Looking great, Marissa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for sticking around for this. I know it's hopefully been a fulfilling few days for you all, for those of you, or day for those of you who've been around all day since this morning. I'll introduce myself and then I'll let my colleague introduce himself and then we'll get started. So I am Marissa Navitz. I am a licensed clinical social work supervisor. I spent a lot of my career working in the medical setting as an outpatient social worker, working with adults and children, specifically around grief, anticipatory grief, as well as supporting patients who are facing end of life and working with them on how to support their children. I joined the Trauma and Grief Center 6 years ago, and really at that point in my career was looking to do something a little bit different and get more into kind of project management. And so I did that for a few months until May 18th of 2018, which is when the school shooting in Santa Fe, Texas happened. And we are in Houston, and Santa Fe, Texas is about 30 miles south of us. So our team was one of the teams and organizations that responded to that tragedy. And I spent the next 2 years working in that community, providing clinical services to some of the highest impacted students and staff in that community following that tragedy. It was without a doubt one of the most profound experiences of my career. And when that sort of wrapped up our time there, I then transitioned back out of direct care and now oversee all of the trainings that we do at our center. We train on a variety of topics related to supporting kids who have experienced trauma or grief. And so I am primarily in a training role now. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Vidalis Benitez to introduce himself.
Thank you, Marissa. I'm Oscar Vidalis Benitez. Like Marissa mentioned, I am one of the psychologists on the team with the Trauma and Grief Center. I think similar to Marissa, we both joined the Trauma and Grief Center at around the same time. I joined in 2017 as a trainee out of the graduate program in school psychology at Texas A&M. Had an opportunity to kind of take a dive into the world of trauma and grief, which I was interested in, and kind of developed a passion after my experience there. But to give you all a little bit more context, my background is in education. So I was a former high school teacher. I taught high school math for 4 years prior to diving into the world of mental health. And it was in that time and those experiences in the classroom that I got to see the impact that both trauma and loss can have both on educators and also on students throughout. It was in that kind of line of work that I developed an interest in these two areas here. And I've really tried to make it a point to emphasize providing support to kids and teens who have been exposed to trauma or who have experienced loss, with a particular interest on my part on supporting Latino immigrant youth, being a Mexican immigrant myself. So my work has been in a number of settings, primarily in academic medical settings, working and supporting kids who have experienced medical trauma. And now a focus of my work, like I mentioned, is more focused on supporting Latino youth who have experienced loss and have experienced trauma. So I'm very, very excited and happy to be here and to have the opportunity to share a bit of information that we know about ways to support students who've been exposed to these experiences. So thank you again for having us.
Thanks, Oscar. Okay, so we have a packed agenda for you. Oscar and I tried really hard to reduce the number of slides that we were sharing, and we just feel like there's just too much information. So we are going to move through at a rather quick pace, and that is certainly not to minimize the importance of any of what we're talking about. It's just we feel very passionately about all of the information we want to get covered today. But certainly, as Felicia mentioned, please feel free to put questions in the chat, in the Q&A. And if we're not able to kind of stop and address them right away, then we will have time at the end for questions. So we're going to do kind of a high level, very brief overview of childhood grief and what grief looks like in kids. We're going to talk about a really important concept that's trauma and loss reminders. And then Oscar's going to discuss multicultural practice and grief therapy, some of which may be a review of the previous session, but hopefully the way he's presenting it will spark new thoughts and new ideas as well. And then we'll talk about some concrete strategies for how to support students, with the understanding that there are, almost 600 people in the room coming from all different backgrounds and communities and roles. And so it will be kind of general in ways to support students, depending on what your role might be. But hopefully, if nothing else, will validate for you that the things that you're already doing are what we would consider best practices in supporting kids who've been exposed to grief. And then we are going to spend a few minutes talking about what I personally feel is one of the more important aspects of this work. And I could spend 2 hours just talking about this, and that's the cost of caring. And that's kind of shifting and looking at how does, our role of being a helper and supporting students who've been exposed to grief, how does that impact us? And what are some of the things that we need to be looking out for? So just to tell you a little bit about our Trauma and Grief Center, we are housed at the Hackett Center for Mental Health, which is a regional office of a larger organization out of Dallas, Texas, called Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. Our executive director is Dr. Julie Kaplow, who is a well-respected expert in the field of childhood grief. And we have 4 main areas that we focus. We develop evidence-based assessments and interventions for kids who've experienced lots of different types of traumas and or loss. We do this, as I mentioned, this is my primary role. Oscar does a lot of trainings as well for a lot of different topics, schools and community organizations. We also provide community-based trainings on our evidence-based interventions to try and disseminate those out into the community. We have a team of researchers who look at how kids cope with trauma and loss and what that looks like over time in different cultures and communities at different stages of development, as well as looking at our interventions to make sure that they remain effective. And then as part of a mental health policy think tank, we are also able to make recommendations based on what we know to be best practice in supporting kids who experience trauma and grief to hopefully influence policy at the state and national level. We also have our clinical affiliated group practice that Dr. Kaplow oversees, and that's where Oscar was saying he provides clinical services. This is called the Lucene Center. At the Lucene Center, the clinicians provide mainly teletherapy, individual teletherapy to kids, although we are doing some school groups now, and to kids ages 7 and up who've experienced trauma and or the death of someone in their lives. We're kind of that tier 3 resource. We see kids all over the state of Texas as well as Louisiana. And we have bilingual staff, including Oscar, so services can be provided in Spanish as well as English. And most importantly, I think as a resource is that we're fully grant funded, so our services are of no cost to families at this time. And there's the website there, and happy to answer questions later about that if there are any. Okay, so I want to start with this, and I think I know that Leora and the staff at MHTTC do a great job of this already. But I want to use this as a reminder. This is a slide. She's saying, I really enjoyed your presentation. During the 3rd hour, my spirit left my body and went to the beach. So this is, again, just another reminder that we are all entering this space, this heavy topic, with our own experiences, and grief can be a personal experience for us in addition to the students that we're supporting. So just take care of yourself as we move through the discussion. If anything that we talk about today is activating for you, just please pay attention to that and tend to yourself. Do what you need to do. If you need to go to your happy place in your mind, by all means, you need to step away, get a drink, whatever you need to do, just please take care of yourselves. All right, so let's do a very high level overview of what grief looks like in childhood. So first, what we want to do is differentiate between 2 terms that I think often get used interchangeably, but they do have different meanings. So bereavement, which is the experience of deprivation or loss by death, and grief, which is the psychological or behavioral response that arises from bereavement. So you can have 2 students, let's say they're siblings, and they experience the same death of, let's just say, the same caregiver. That's the same bereavement experience, but those 2 kids are going to have different grief reactions based on a lot of different factors, based on their ages and stages of development, based on their culture, their community, their social support system, previous life experiences, all of those things. And why do we focus on bereavement? Because we do know, and I'm sure this has been talked about, that of course you can have grief reactions from other types of losses, more ambiguous losses, and Oscar's going to talk about this a little bit in his section. And so but for us, one of our focuses is on childhood bereavement, the experience of loss by death. We know that bereavement is the most frequently reported type of trauma in clinic referred youth. It's the most common form of trauma worldwide. It's the most distressing form of trauma among adults and youth in the general population. So if you ask anybody, what's the hardest thing that's ever happened to you? The majority of people would say, oh, it was when so-and-so died. It was when my family member died or my friend died. And we know, and this is a more recent study by one of our data colleagues, that bereavement is the strongest predictor of poor school outcomes above and beyond any other form of trauma, above and beyond domestic violence, physical abuse, sexual assault, which of course we know those things can also lead to poor school outcomes, but bereavement is the strongest predictor. And this is why we feel like it's really important, especially in schools, that schools are not only becoming trauma informed, which we know there's a big push for that, but that they're also becoming bereavement informed. And when we do trainings with educators and counselors and administrators, we hear all the time, you know, I get the trauma stuff. We've had plenty of training in that. But what I really want to know is, what do I say to the student when they come back after having experienced the death of someone? What do I not say? What do I say to other students? Those sorts of questions. So that's what we're trying to do through our trainings. So how do kids typically grieve? Well, we know that typical grief reactions are really hard to define because one of the reasons is there are so few studies of children that look at them over a long period of time. More importantly, the few studies in the field of childhood bereavement are done with diverse populations. Most of the studies are done with middle-class Caucasian samples, which we know, of course, has significant limitations. What we do know is that grief reactions are influenced, as I mentioned a minute ago, by all of these different things: developmental level, previous life experiences, the relationship that the child had to the person who died, their culture, religious and spiritual beliefs, their family, their social environment, as well as the cause of death. Typically, what we see when a child experiences the death of someone significant in their life is they're going to have very intense reactions following the death. In those first few weeks and even months following the death, they may have intense sadness, anger, protest over the loss, and temporarily this can be associated with decreased functioning. So we have caregivers call our clinic all the time. They'll say, it's been 3 weeks since my son's dad died, and now he doesn't want to hang out with his friends. I can't get him out of bed. He's crying all the time and his grades are dropping. And while of course there are ways that we can help provide support to the child at that time, it doesn't necessarily mean that they need intense therapy, several weeks following the death. And so we want to be sure that we're not kind of over pathologizing grief. And then typically what happens is we see this pain transition to more pleasant reminiscing if the relationship that the child had with the person who died allows for pleasant reminiscing over time. The intensity of those really painful, hard feelings reduces. And if that doesn't happen and the child is seemingly sort of stuck in their grief, then we would want to intervene and assess and determine what services the child might need at that time. So there are a lot of unanswered questions about childhood grief. So what does it look like in children of different ages and cultures? How do we know what constitutes healthy or adaptive grief reactions versus unhealthy or maladaptive grief reactions? And we're going to do a little activity about this in a minute. How does grief change over time? And really important for those of us who work with children clinically is when and how should we intervene? And these are some of the questions that we're trying to currently answer. If you're not already familiar with prolonged grief disorder, this is a newer diagnosis in the DSM-5. It was really designed with adults in mind, and kind of at the last hour, they invited some of the experts in the field of childhood bereavement to come in and say, oh, I guess we should think about this for kids too. And so they did. And for the diagnosis of a child to have prolonged grief disorder, the death had to have occurred at least 6 months ago, and the symptoms have to be present for at least a month. For adults, it's 12 months, but with kids, it's 6 months because we don't want to let a full 12 months go by if they really are struggling and stuck and having impairment in some of their activities of daily living or their functioning. It's thought that 10 to 20% of kids who've experienced bereavement might develop this disorder, but again, those studies are very limited, and so it's probably higher. And this disorder is informed by multidimensional grief theory, which I'm going to talk to you about right now. So I want you to take whatever you have learned about grief, the 5 stages, all of that stuff, just take it and kind of put in a little box off to the side right now and clear your mind, because this is a different lens that we view specifically childhood bereavement through, and it's called multidimensional grief theory. And what this theory says is that there are these 3 bereavement-related challenges that kids can have. They can be high or low in separation distress. This is yearning or longing to be reconnected with their person again. They can be high or low in existential or identity distress, which is kind of those larger life questions of who am I without this person here? What does my life look like without this person here? What does my future look like without this person here? And then they can be high or low in circumstance-related distress, which is a kind of a preoccupation with the way the person died, the circumstances of the death. And one of the things about multidimensional grief theory that's kind of different from other theories of grief, where it's kind of dichotomous, like you either have complicated grief or you don't. Multidimensional grief theory says that even when kids are struggling with these different dimensions, they can have really unhelpful and maladaptive grief reactions and ways of coping, but they can also have really adaptive and helpful ways of coping with this distress. And part of our work with kids is to increase their helpful coping reactions and grief reactions and decrease the more unhelpful ones. So a helpful way of coping with separation distress might be to say, I'm going to bake my grandma's apple pie, because when I bake her apple pie, it helps me feel connected to her. We used to bake pies together and it makes me feel like she's with me. That's a helpful way of coping with that yearning or longing to be reconnected with their person. With existential or identity distress, a helpful way of coping with this would be to say, you know, I'm going to really do my best to do well in basketball because my dad was my coach and he would want me to do well and get a scholarship. And I want to use that to make meaning and to drive me to do well so that I can get a basketball scholarship to college. That's a helpful way of coping with that existential identity distress. And then circumstance related distress, we see healthy ways or helpful ways of coping with this all the time. In things like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or when there's some sort of fun run raising money for a specific type of illness because the organizer's person died from that sort of illness, kind of turning the circumstances of the death into something more positive. So I want to share some of the more maladaptive or unhelpful ways we see kids coping with these different dimensions. And I want to be really clear that when we're saying helpful and unhelpful, we are not identifying them as good or bad, right? I think we have a tendency to say, well, if we're labeling this as unhelpful, that means the child shouldn't be doing it. And that's not at all what we're saying. A lot of the more unhelpful coping strategies are very typical and we expect to see them in kids, but it's a matter of, is this something that's helpful for the child or not helpful for the child? So this is a teenager who's facing the challenge of separation distress, and his mom is handing him some tickets and she's saying, your dad would want you to enjoy these tickets. Why don't we go to the game together? And he says, I can't ever go back there. I can't ever go back there anymore. It won't be the same without him. So he's avoiding things that remind him of his dad, and that might help him feel connected to his dad. Avoidance, again, while typical, is not super helpful for adolescents when they start avoiding all of the things in their life that they used to enjoy. This is a teenager who's facing the challenge of existential or identity distress, and she's throwing away a college acceptance letter, and she says, I don't care about my future anymore if he's not going to be a part of it. He'll never see me graduate anyway, so what's the point? So kind of giving up on future goals, on hopes and dreams, those sorts of things. That would be an unhelpful or maladaptive way of coping with existential identity distress. And then here is an adolescent who's coping with circumstance-related distress. She's looking at a picture of her brother who died in community violence. And she says, every time I see his picture, I can't help thinking about the night he got killed. It gets me so mad, it's hard to remember the good times. So she's kind of consumed and preoccupied with anger, and isn't able to positively reminisce. And so that would be, again, something very typical that we would expect to see, but not super helpful for her to feel this way for a long period of time. Okay, so we're going to do an activity now. And Felicia, this is when we're going to pull up the polls. What we're going to do, Felicia's going to run some different grief reactions that we tend to see. And I want you all to think about, and I'll put this, I think, Felicia, you're going to have to share your screen.
Yeah, so I'll launch the poll on your cue. If you want me to put it
okay.
now, I'll put it up now.
Okay, so I want you to think about which dimension this particular grief reaction falls in. Would you put it in separation, existential, or circumstance? And whether it is adaptive and helpful for the child or maladaptive and unhelpful. And try not to read too far into this, okay? So the first one is, I miss my person so much, I feel like crying all the time. And the emphasis should be on all the time. Would you put that in separation distress, existential distress, circumstance related? And then would you consider that a helpful grief reaction or unhelpful grief reaction?
So that poll is up there. I see that we're getting upwards of 100 responses. And Marissa, can you cue me? No, you probably see the same thing that I see. I think the audience won't see where we're at until I share the results. So you tell me when you want to share the results.
Okay. I'll give it another second. All right, so let's go ahead and stop that one just for the sake of time. We're going to do some more. So that one, it looks like 72% think it's separation distress and 53% think it's adaptive and 47% think it's maladaptive. Yes. So And sometimes these can be tricky and there can be more than one answer. For this one in particular, this would be considered separation distress, because again, separation distress is a yearning or longing to be reconnected with their person again. And then, and that we always get pushback from very well-trained clinicians and mental health professionals who tell me that crying is not a bad thing. And you are right. But that's why I said the emphasis is on crying all the time. So if a child is wanting to cry all the time, that's not going to be helpful for them, right? And so we're going to think about ways that they might be able to decrease that desire and increase a more positive grief reaction or coping strategy. Okay, so let's go to the next one, Felicia.
Okay, perfect. Let me close that one out for a minute and launch the second one. Okay, here we go. The second one should be coming up and ready for people to enter their responses.
Okay, so this is when I grow up, I want to help people get through tough times like the one I've been going through. Where would you put that?
We've got about 25% of people responding, so maybe we can get up to about 50, Marissa?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, I'll ping you when we get to 50 and give folks another few moments. Okay, we're slowly getting there, climbing that 47-48% mark. So if you have your last burning answer to put in, please do so before I close it. And now we are, we're stalling at 49%. That might be the cue to go ahead and end.
Yeah, we'll
so
go ahead and
go
close
ahead and end and share those results.
All right, so 54% said existential identity, 43 circumstance, a couple people said separation, and almost everyone agreed that this was helpful. So yes, and this is a tricky one. This is existential identity distress because it's kind of making meaning of their experiences. The reason that it's not circumstance related distress, and you'll see this with an example in a minute, is because it's not necessarily specifically related to the way their person died. It's more general to just experiencing tough situations in their life and trying to make meaning from those. So that's why it would fall in that category. Okay, let's do the next one.
Okay, before I open the next one, I do see that some people have mentioned that the poll disappeared. Totally normal. We're going to take it down after a few moments, but you will see this next one pop up.
Okay, I feel like when my person died, I lost a big part of myself. And these are, you know, normally I think when we do these trainings with smaller groups and when we have more time, we like to have some rich discussion about why you selected the choices that you selected. But just for the sake of time and the size of our group, we're going to just kind of keep it moving today.
Yeah, we're getting close to that 50% mark. So maybe give it another 20 seconds, Marissa, and then I'll close this poll down. So for folks who are entering those answers, it will disappear for you as soon as I end the poll in 10 seconds. Thank you for everybody participating in the poll. Okay, let me share those results.
Okay. So 61% said existential, 17 was separation, 22 circumstance, and 40% said this was helpful, and 60% said this was unhelpful. And what I didn't caveat before we said this is that we're taking these for face value, right? But obviously these would, just for the sake of this exercise, but obviously there are certainly situations and circumstances when working with students where there might be an exception to what I'm saying. So please know that this is just kind of in general to get familiar with the theory, but not necessarily trying to generalize. But for this one, what we would say is it is existential or identity distress because it's related to the person's, the child's identity and who they are. And this would be probably in most cases considered maladaptive because it's not helpful if a child is feeling like that. And again, is this typical? Is this something that we see and that we may have experienced ourselves after someone close to us dies, of course, but feeling like that is not necessarily helpful. So, okay, let's go on to the next one. I keep thinking about how things could have been different so that my person wouldn't have died.
Great, we're almost approaching that 50% mark. I also did receive feedback that my sound might be a little bit muffled, and I apologize. I have a laptop from maybe 2012 or something like that. So we're going to go ahead and end this poll in about 10 seconds. Go ahead and get your answers in there, and then I will end, and you will see it disappear from your screen until I share results.
Okay. And so this one, it would be circumstance related distress because it's specifically related to the circumstances of how the person died and kind of feeling stuck in, you know, either guilt or regret or shame or blame or things like that around the way the person died, which would be considered an unhelpful grief reaction. Thank you, Felicia. Let's do the next one. I think we have 2 more. I want to do positive things to help keep other people from dying the way my person died.
Okay, this one quickly got up to over 40%.
Yeah, y'all are confident in this one.
So I'm going to give it about 10 more seconds, everybody, and then I'm going to go ahead and end that poll and share those results. Okay, poll is ending.
Okay, and this one is circumstance related distress because again, oops, sorry, it's related to the way the person died. My mouse is having a mind of its own. And it is considered adaptive because they're trying to do something positive. So last one. Talking to my person out loud or in my mind makes me feel better.
Okay, I'm going to give it about 10 more seconds. And I wanted to call Marissa and Oscar in that we have a participant who said they're struggling with these questions. And, you know, when I was making the poll on my end, right, preparing for this, I was also thinking the same thing. Like, I don't know. I think, I'm not sure if you want to touch on that a little bit, Marissa, as people put their answers in.
Yeah. So again, this is meant to just be an activity to familiarize ourselves. Of course, as a clinician or a mental health professional, if we're meeting with a child, we're going to ask a lot more questions about this. We're not just going to take it for face value and, you know, slap a label on it. But I'm going to talk about in a minute why these different dimensions are important for us too. And there's a standardized assessment tool called the Prolonged Grief Disorder Checklist, which helps us to really look at this in a more objective way. And this is something that we would want to think about the time, right? Is it 2 days after the death, or is it 2 years after the death? So there are a lot of other things to take into account here. So I don't want to make it seem like it's this simplified, but we're just trying to get you familiar with the different dimensions and thinking about different grief reactions that you might see in students. But there are definitely more appropriate ways to do an assessment. This is not meant to be an assessment. I hope that helps. So talking my person out loud in my mind makes me feel better. This would be separation, because it's just kind of another way of connecting with their person. And this would be considered helpful. So, okay. Thank you so much, Felicia. So why are these different dimensions important? So they're important because these different dimensions, let me get the poll off my screen. Okay, these different dimensions of grief may be more prominent in certain developmental stages. So with a 5-year-old, we might see them struggling more in separation distress, just that physical, that disconnect from their person. For a 15-year-old, we might see them struggling more in existential distress. And for different populations, these different dimensions may not be present. So in communities where there are higher rates of homicides, suicides, violence, community violence, we might see elevated levels of circumstance-related distress across the community, versus other communities where they don't experience those sorts of deaths. And the really important part here is that these different dimensions of grief require different treatment components. So for a child who might be struggling in separation distress, part of our work is going to be helping them find healthy ways to feel connected to their person again. For a child who's struggling with existential or identity distress, we're going to help them make meaning out of their experience and think about future goals and future orientation. And for a child who's struggling with circumstance-related distress, which can often lead to post-traumatic stress disorder, we're going to help them process the circumstances surrounding the death. So that's why these different dimensions are helpful. Okay. All right. So observable classroom behaviors. So what do we see? How do we see this unhelpful grief in the class? What does it look like? So social withdrawal, which we know is an important predictor of suicide risk. So kids, you know, they may be withdrawing from their friends, kind of isolating. They don't want to get too close to anyone because they don't want to experience the pain of another loss. They might feel self-conscious or different from other kids due to the death. And there can be a lot of different reasons for this. It could be that they feel like it is a stigmatized death and they, you know, may have some shame or blame or guilt associated with it. It could also be that, you know, Mother's Day is coming up and the class assignment is to make a card for your mom, and my mom died. And so now I feel like I am sticking out, and I feel self-conscious. There are lots of different reasons that kids can feel self-conscious. School problems. So poor grades, truancy, lack of school connectedness. These are some of those signs that we want to get kids some additional support. Problems with peers, and of course, distractibility or attention. They're so consumed with grief that they can't pay attention in school. So this is kind of how it shows up in the classroom. And we'll talk about a few more of the red flags to pay attention to in a little bit. And then these are hypothesized risk factors for that maladaptive grief. So, and I'm just going to kind of leave them here for you all to see. I'm not going to go through each and every one, but my guess is that you can think about students who have these previous experiences and may have experienced the death of someone in their life who are struggling. And these are some of the things that might put them at risk. Okay, so now I'm going to turn to just a really important, I think, concept when we're thinking about supporting students who've experienced grief, and this is trauma and loss reminders. Trauma reminders are things that we experience through our 5 senses that remind us of the event. They remind us of the way the person died, the circumstances around the death. These are always distressing, and they can lead to post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm going to share an example with you in just a minute of what these can look like. Loss reminders are similar. They're things, images, sounds, smells, people, things that remind the child, but they remind the child of the absence of the person who died, that the person is no longer here, not the way they died. That would be trauma reminder. And these often lead to grief reactions. And the main difference, I think, is that loss reminders can be comforting. So for example, and they can be distressing or comforting. And I'll use my own example. My mom died on Mother's Day, on Valentine's Day. And for many, many years after my mom died, anytime I would go to a grocery store or anywhere around, the end of January, early February, and see all of the Valentine's Day paraphernalia, I would get very overwhelmed. I would get anxious. My heart would start racing. I would sweat. I was having an automatic response to loss reminders that were reminding me that my mom's no longer here, and they were distressing. And then over the years, as more time passed, I had my own kids. Valentine's Day has now become a comforting loss reminder to me. It's a day when I incorporate some of my mom's traditions that she had on that day with my own kids, and it helps me feel connected to her. So it's still a loss reminder. I'm still reminded that she's not here, but it's a more comforting loss reminder. Trauma reminders are always going to be distressing. They're always going to flip that switch in our brain that takes us back to the time of the trauma. So I'm going to share just an example of a semi-structured clinical interview. I do want to put a content warning out that it does have some graphic details. So please just be mindful of that as we're moving through, and step out if you need to step out. But I think this illustrates really well the concept of trauma and loss reminders. So the clinician says, do you get very afraid, upset, or sad when something reminds you of what happened? The patient says, oh yeah, screaming, door slamming, firecrackers, that, and seeing or hearing arguments. Whenever I hear somebody fussing or anyone arguing, especially if it's a man, I want to run and just go get a knife. It brings me right back. I get to the point where I'm so scared, I'll kill you if you make another move. I wouldn't mean to do it. It's just out of fear. They could even just be playing, but just hearing that scream, it makes me feel like I'm right back there again. The clinician says, and when these things happen, how much do they bother you? The patient says, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd have to say 20. So for this patient, screaming, door slamming, the sound of fireworks or firecrackers, hearing arguments, hearing a man's voice, these are things that take her right back to the experience. They're taking her brain right back there. These are trauma reminders. And these are things that happen in her life every day that we don't have control over, right? So the interview keeps going. The clinician says, have you tried to stay away from people, places, or things that remind you of what happened? The patient says, I can't go to the mall anymore. I went only one time after she died, but I couldn't go after that. There's a lot of stores and stuff that I like there, and I want to go so bad, but I can't because I don't have my mama anymore. The clinician said, is that because the mall reminds you of what happened? Or the patient says, the mall reminds me of her in general. Through good times and bad times, we always went there together. So the mall would be a loss reminder. It reminds her that her mom's no longer here. It doesn't necessarily remind her of the way her mom died, but it reminds her that her mom is no longer here. The reason that this is such an important concept is because so many of the behaviors that we see in kids, especially in school, can be attributed to them being activated by trauma and loss reminders. If you think about, the experiences that kids have, and then think about, especially for this particular client or adolescent, even hearing a man's voice raised was activating for her. And think about kids in school who have all these different trauma and loss reminders. It's not our job to know what each and every student's trauma and loss reminders are, but it is important to start kind of having awareness of this concept, because again, so many of the reactions that we see from kids when they become activated and we don't understand why, and they don't understand why, can really be explained by them being set off by something that reminded them of what happened and what their experiences were. All right, so now I am going to turn it over to Oscar. We're going to shift a little bit as he talks about multicultural practices in grief therapy.
Thank you, Marissa. And I think, oh, there they are. The control just popped up. So we're going to shift gears a little bit, and I think talk about one thing that I've seen pop up in the chat quite a bit, and I appreciate each of you who has been sharing about your own experiences with bereavement and grief. And I want to start off by simply recognizing, right, that the ways that we deal with bereavement and grief are greatly influenced by the norms that make up our personal cultural identity. And the fact that cultural aspects of bereavement and grief can include a number of things that are part of the experience of loss, including what it means to die, for example, or thoughts about death itself, what it means to be bereaved and the experience of bereavement, mourning and grief as well, and also what and how, what kind of help is welcome and what it looks like to reach out for help after an experience of loss. So one thing that I want to make a case for as we talk about this topic within the context of grief is that getting a sense of an individual's understanding of grief and what that looks like in the context of their individual culture is a huge part of providing appropriate culturally sensitive support. I do want to point out, and I know this question came up in the chat earlier, Marissa mentioned the diagnosis of PGD. And the diagnosis itself recognizes, and I quote when I say this, that the diagnosis of the disorder requires that the persistent and severe responses to the loss go above and beyond cultural norms of grief responses and are not better explained by culturally specific mourning rituals. So there is this recognition, even within the DSM and that PGD diagnosis, that culture plays a role. What that looks like, though, is a bit more complicated than what that statement, I think, makes it out to be, unfortunately. And I want to recognize that as we dive into this topic here. I want to play a little bit of word association for a minute here, and I want to take a moment to have you all think about a word. So one word that you would use to define culture. If you want to share more than one word, so 1 or 2 words, you're welcome to do that. But I would like for you all to think about one word that you all would use to define culture and what culture means to you. I think the intention here is for us to make a word cloud with that and see kind of what it looks like for all of us here in conjunction.
Yeah, so let me quickly jump in, Oscar, and share that we do have a link for you to enter this at. And
I think it's already, people are putting it in the
People in
chat.
the chat?
Just go with that. Yeah.
That sounds
that's
good.
it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's moving pretty
perfect.
quickly there.
No
Trying to
worries.
keep track. I saw family, I saw food, I see home, value, I see identity, connection, I think I saw in there too. Tradition, which is what comes to mind on my part when I think about culture itself. Right? But I think so many of you here are hitting at points and parts of what culture is, right? And it's interesting, I think, to me, just how individual even that definition itself can be to each of us throughout, and how that speaks to our own lived experiences, to who we are, and to what matters to us at this point in time. If I had asked myself this question as a 17-year-old, that would have been very, very different than what I think about when I think about the word culture now itself. And so with that, and I appreciate the participation throughout, I want to point out, right, that we do have formal definitions of what culture is. And you see one of those definitions here on screen. I want to give ourselves just a little bit of moment to digest, right, and think about specifically the keywords that I've underlined in the definition of culture that's present on the screen throughout. But it basically states that culture is the dynamic and active process of constructing shared meaning as represented by shared ideas, beliefs, attitudes, values, norms, practices, language, spirituality, and symbols. So many of the things that you all mentioned here, with acknowledgement and consideration of positions of power, privilege, and oppression. Right? I want to point out a couple of things that I think has been in the themes that you all have shared so far, right? That culture is varied. There's many aspects that define what culture is. And it's also not static, right? It's an active and dynamic process in the sense that it's changing consistently over time. And we'll talk a little bit about how this view of culture comes to influence the work that we do as we help support grieving students and grieving people in general. With that, I also want to point out that while there are shared cultural rituals and expectations regarding a loss of a loved one, a person's reaction to bereavement and the grieving process itself is really highly personal. So it's important to be mindful of the fact that individual culture can extend to many aspects of a person's identity or of a student's identity, of really who they are and who they see themselves as being, that can go above and beyond that shared experience as well. There's so much diversity within. Then what you see here on the screen is the addressing framework, and addressing is an acronym. And you see that acronym being used on that first column of the table up in front. And this is the work of Dr. Pamela Hayes. She's a psychologist who has really kind of focused her work on multiculturalism and on adapting evidence-based treatments like CBT to better meet the needs of diverse populations. But part of her work is a framework that you see here on the screen, which she describes as a starting point to explore both our own identity as providers, as people who see and support students, clients, and settings, but also to explore the identity of those that we help support or those that we work with. Part of the process here, as we explore our identity using these different facets of what can make up identity, is being mindful of the interaction and power dynamics that can come into play based on how we identify at a specific point in time. I do want to share, right, that like there, just like culture itself is dynamic and changes, right, aspects of our identity that are salient can also change with time and are very much context dependent. I think of myself, for example, growing up, I mentioned earlier, I was born in Mexico and raised in the border town of Laredo, Texas, so down in South Texas. Living in South Texas and living in Mexico, I think for me being Mexican or Mexican American was not necessarily something I was too conscious of. Like the vast majority of people in the areas of the country that I lived with and was familiar with were in fact Mexican American. Most people spoke Spanish, and that was just kind of a norm and common throughout. So it wasn't something that was on my mind consistently. When I left Laredo for graduate school at about the age of 25, 26, and I attended graduate school in South Central California, that changed drastically, right? So much of the Mexican part of my identity became more obvious to myself because many people identified me in that way. I was the Latino student in the program, for example, when in the past I had been one out of many Latinos in the classroom, per se. And so I think for me, that on its own kind of highlighted how identity itself and what we decide at a certain point in time to sort of make more salient in who we are can really change and vary with time and with context throughout, as well as can those power dynamics that you see here on the screen. And that's all to say, though, that culture is complex and that identity itself is also very complex. This is, again, here a starting point as we seek and learn to help understand ourselves better and our students better. But again, there are many other aspects of identity and of who a person is that are not necessarily listed in this addressing framework, but it's a good way to start to think a little bit more deeply and sort of in a more detailed way about the students that we are in fact serving and how dynamics come into play in those interactions. Over the course of time, there's been an increased awareness in the world of mental health of diversity itself and of how diversity can impact the services that we provide and how it can impact and play into those power dynamics that I mentioned before. As this awareness grew in the field of mental health, the concept of cultural sensitivity, the kind of first phase that you see here on the screen, was introduced. This carried itself the premise, right, that someone who is identified as having a multicultural background was different from the person engaging with them. So there was a big emphasis in this kind of first phase of responding to diversity within the world of mental health on focusing on differences and very much being other focused. And it in some ways created a bit of a hierarchy and an imbalance between the provider, who was perceived as being a bit of a sort of norm or typical individual, and the other person that was perceived as being different, and thus requiring us to be aware of those differences throughout. With that, though, came a lot of stereotyping, unfortunately. It also, I think, kind of pulled away from identifying how complex and multi-layered culture and identity can be. So I think that as that awareness developed over time, cultural sensitivity continued to evolve. And then that led to the creation and training around the differences that people can carry from that multicultural perspective. And then that developed that second phase that you see here on the screen, which is more work that's focused on competency, which is all kind of focused on taking a deeper dive into those differences, learning everything we can about another group of people or about another culture or another racial and ethnic group and things like that there. The struggle in that way, though, I think with this kind of approach to addressing diversity and the diversity that's present in the families and students that we support, is that there was a huge emphasis then placed on developing knowledge, on training, on becoming an expert in some way or another, which led to a lot of standardizing treatments, or introduced a lot of bias and a lot of judgment then into the work that was being done, and really continued to kind of pull away from acknowledging the fact that culture is dynamic and that identity is very much individualized throughout. So this kind of perpetuated that hierarchy itself, and kind of created a bit more of deeper biases and more of an imbalance of power from, I'm an expert, I know about you, I've learned about you, now let me take what I know and apply it to your situation and case. So instead, though, there was more of an evolution more recently to what we call a state of humility, which kind of basically is centered on the idea of being okay with not knowing everything. So this was a different kind of waiver model and approach to understanding differences in people that is all more focused on the individual itself, recognizing that individuals are unique, they're autonomous, and the approach here then is more of a teach me about who you are, and that kind of helps us as provider kind of integrate our understanding what we've learned in that cultural competency model to better meet the needs of the person that's in front of us throughout. So humility, I think, has at the center of it, as I'm sure you all know, learned in the previous presentation, of carrying a mindset of not knowing and of really having a willingness to learn about others rather than assuming or thinking that we know everything there is to learn about a group of people. So cultural humility has numerous definitions out there, and this is one of the more commonly cited ones here. So cultural humility incorporates a lifelong commitment to self-evaluation and critique, to readdressing the power imbalances in the provider or clinician and client or student dynamic, and to developing mutually beneficial and non-paternalistic partnerships with communities on behalf of individuals and defined populations. A couple of things here for me kind of stick out, but I think the main takeaway that I hope you all have from this definition here and from the talk that we'll have as we continue to talk about this approach in grief support is that cultural humility is more so than a strategy, is a way of being, right? It's an approach that we take in the work that we do that is other-oriented, that is open to the other people that we support in relation to aspects of cultural identity that are most important to the person that we're working with, right? To what's more salient to the person that we have in front of us, or to the student that's in front of us. It's an approach that really asks us to be humble about the assumptions that we make, and that really emphasizes respect for other people, respect for cultures. And again, like I said, more of that teach me method versus coming in as an expert. It kind of asks us to be okay with some discomfort in not knowing all the answers, and to relinquish the role of an expert in that therapeutic interaction that we have with students and families that we support throughout. So,
Oscar, I'm gonna
Yeah.
skip just a couple of slides just for the sake of time.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. And one thing that I do want to point out, right, as we talk about diversity and what this can look like within the context of that we work with, is that there's a lot of diversity within populations, right? So for example, even though I'll be touching on things that may be pertinent to immigrant Latino youth, there's significant diversity within that population itself, right? And that comes with a bit of work around that cultural humility concept that we talked about throughout, right? It's not assuming that what I'll be sharing today applies to all immigrant Latino youth throughout, but that there are individual differences that are present in each and every child that we work with. So with that in mind, I do want to share, right, that there were a record of approximately 45 million immigrants living in the US in 2021. I couldn't come across more updated numbers, but generally, immigrant individuals make up about 14% of the nation's population. For youth, the number's a little bit smaller, but very significant still, and there's approximately 3 million youth under the age of 18 currently living in the US. Like I said, there's diversity in that immigrant population, There are, for example, kids and families who relocate by choice, those who come to the US because they want to and can come to the US. Typically, these are families who are of higher SES in their country of origin and continue to keep that SES status in their host country. There's also kids who are forced to migrate, right? Kids who don't necessarily have a choice and are more what we think of traditionally as refugees. These families typically have low SES status in their country of origin, and that's maintained or even further sort of lowered in the host country once they arrive throughout. So what I want to focus on the next few slides will be the experience of youth who are forced to migrate throughout. One thing to be mindful of as we talk about this population here is that these are going to be kids who have significant exposure to trauma and loss, both in their home country and in the journey over to the US, and also once arriving through the US throughout. This puts them at risk, unfortunately, for various negative social and emotional outcomes. A couple of things to keep in mind as we support, for those of you who support this population here, is that there may be unique experiences of grief and loss for immigrant youth. So for example, experiences of grief often include for this population the loss of loved ones like caregivers or immediate family, relatives, and or partners. And this could be lost due to death, for example, in the country of origin, in the journey of, or upon arrival, or it could be lost and grief tied to the separation that comes in that process as well. These losses can sometimes result in poverty, political persecution, gang violence, the aftermath of natural disasters, among a number of other things throughout. There's also a number of unique forms of loss that happen to these children. And these may include experiences of losing cultural norms, of losing language, religious customs, social status, among other things that are kind of forced upon the experience of entering to a new culture and developing a sort of new sense of self or a new identity through that process throughout. Similarly, one experience of loss that's pretty common for immigrant youth is what we call ambiguous loss. And this is the type of loss that occurs when a person is maybe physically missing or bodily gone, right? When there's kind of ambiguity as to whether that person is still alive or present on Earth, for example, physically present on Earth. So this can include loved ones and a country of origin that are physically left behind. It can also include loved ones who may have been kidnapped by cartels or criminal groups and whose whereabouts are just simply unknown. There can also be ambiguous loss experienced by having an individual present, though, who is also psychologically or emotionally absent from the experience. This can come from a loved one who may become emotionally unavailable as a result of homesickness and the stresses of adaptation. So having a caregiver, for example, who is struggling themselves with the process of immigration and just ends up being unavailable or not present for the child and unable to provide support often that way. And so these experiences leave the immigrant youth with questions, right? There's oftentimes no verification of death. There's a lot of uncertainty about reunification and to whether or not this will happen or whether or not that person will return as well. I do want to recognize, like I mentioned before, that there is diversity within the immigrant youth population. So think about sort of the added layers that can come, for instance, when intersectionality occurs, and we have immigrant youth who also identify as being part of the LGBTQ community, right? And these are just a couple of kind of key things to keep in mind for those of you who support youth who identify in this way and are also immigrants throughout. It's the fact that there are many, many youth out there who identify as part of the LGBTQ community. Estimates show, for example, that 1 in 10 school-age youth identify as a sexual minority, meaning that they make up a significant and a large portion of the student population. There's also evidence to show and data to show that most of these youth, right, more than 50% feel unsafe in school environments, are often victimized in school environments. There's some data out there to show, right, that even when kids feel this way and have these experiences of victimization in the school setting, a vast majority of them, 4 out of 5, decide not to report or share about their experience because they believe nothing will get done about it or that others simply won't care about their experience of victimization in the school setting. Data also shows, right, that these youth are at an increased risk for depression and anxiety. with the number actually being a little closer to 80% of Latinx, immigrant, sexual minority youth being at risk for these disorders. And then on top of that, right, when you think about loss itself, suicide is pretty prevalent among youth in general. It's the second leading cause of death, but it's even more common among LGBTQ plus youth, who are 4 times more likely to engage in suicidal behavior. There's numerous barriers that can come to play when we think about these youth seeking support and help when they are grieving the loss of a loved one. For a lot of these youth, there's perception of a lack of understanding or support, right? They oftentimes believe that others, unless they're part of the community, may not have an understanding of their experiences throughout. They can also be faced with social stigma and discrimination that can keep them from seeking help. And that can kind of perpetuate some of that prejudice, right, or bias that may be present or that they perceive in the work that's being done throughout. So things like a lack of inclusive language or representation can also contribute to a sense of isolation for kids who already feel isolated in their grief. And then on top of that, right, there is generally speaking just limited access to LGBTQ-friendly support groups and spaces for grieving youth throughout. And we'll talk a little bit more about things that can be done to help support these youth who have had these types of experiences. I do want to point out, just like I did for immigrant youth generally, I want to point out a couple of experiences that may be unique to the LGBTQ population. And these include unconventional forms of grief, like disenfranchised grief or collected grief. Disenfranchised grief is a grief or a loss that is not openly acknowledged or socially embraced. Like, for example, when the relationship is not considered legitimate, right? When the deceased or the person who died falls outside of accepted to the typical norms, or when the person who's grieving is part of a marginalized group, like part of the LGBTQ community. When I think about suicide, for example, and the stigma that comes with that, and I also think about how prevalent suicide is among the LGBTQ population, it definitely, I think, highlights a need to better understand disenfranchised grief and validate those experiences for LGBTQ plus youth. On top of that, something like collective grief, for example, right, which is the shared emotional response that transcends individual mourning and that comes from an experience of loss by a group of people. I think, for instance, of the Pulse shooting out in Florida, right, and what that meant for the LGBTQ community, and kind of highlighted that continued discrimination, prejudice, and violence that came throughout. During the time of that shooting, I was in a community mental health setting, and there were many LGBTQ plus kids who felt personally affected by the loss, even if they may not have had a connection to the people who died, but there was that general understanding of, in some ways, the world's against me, right? And this is how far that hatred towards who I am can go. And so symptoms and difficulties tied to grief were definitely present in those situations. I do want to point out a couple of things that we can do as providers who support these youth to kind of help become more informed in their needs and better provide services for them. And the first of these is continued training, right? Adopting that cultural humility stance that I mentioned before, learning from the kids that we work with, but also seeking trainings like this one that we have here today, right? Or materials that are available online from different organizations like the Human Rights Campaign, the Trevor Project, among others, are out there. And it just takes effort on our part to reach out and become more informed about what's going on with communities like the LGBTQ plus community. Utilizing inclusive language, introducing ourselves with pronouns, having our pronouns visible on Zoom, for example, things along those lines can be a simple act that can go a long way to creating welcoming spaces. Tied to that, right, making sure that our spaces are representative of the kids that we serve. I had a kid once, for example, who at the time of intake told me that she wanted to let me know that she was thinking that she was bisexual or that she was potentially a lesbian. And I thanked her for letting me know. And she pointed out to me, she's like, well, I felt comfortable because of your pin. And I looked, and I actually had on my lanyard a little pin of a unicorn, a little rainbow on top. That was a gift to me from another client. So to her, that tiny little pin meant so much more and provided that space of comfort throughout. So think about how the spaces you have and work with, what they may communicate to the kids that you're supporting. And then finally, confronting prejudice, right, is I think one thing that we can really do. So standing up for these kids and acknowledging their difficulties. There's great resources out there on websites like welcomingschools.org that provide scripts that we can follow to help confront prejudice or discrimination when we come across it in schools settings. Again, that website is welcomingschools.org, and it provides a number of resources that can help us support youth who are experiencing these difficult environments in the school. I want to highlight here, as we kind of wrap up this conversation throughout, that these are resilient populations, right? And that resilience, as we define it, is the ability to recover from trauma. And nothing can entirely wipe out the effects of trauma or loss itself. But research has shown, though, that there are numerous factors in a youth's lives that can help promote resilience. And these are things that you see here on the screen. And I'll give you all just a second to kind of check these out and think about these for a little bit more. And think about also how you can incorporate some of these into your practice as well. I want to point out, for example, that something like school connectedness is particularly salient and important for immigrant youth. And there's some data out there to show that school connectedness may be even more important for these immigrant youth than community connectedness, because schools serve as a bit of a gateway for a lot of these youth. They're the way that they're introduced to more mainstream American culture. And if they feel welcome in schools, that can communicate they're going to be welcome outside of it as well. So keep these things in mind. Again, there's so much more information to share that time won't let us do, but just things to be mindful of as we talk about supporting these youth.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you, Marissa.
So much more we could have shared, where Oscar could have shared, but thank you for doing that so beautifully. So let's just kind of move quickly into some strategies for supporting students. And again, I mentioned at the beginning that this is not meant to be specific to any one community, culture, population, even, whatever role you're in. I know we're all here from so many different backgrounds and varieties of roles within the schools. And so this is really just general, and hopefully will validate you in what you're already doing. And I think, when we think about how do we support students who've been through bereavement, we can think about viewing them through this lens of this $1 million question, which I know we've all heard, which is starting to view kids through the lens of what's happened to you versus what's wrong with you. So when we see behaviors or reactions or things from kids that, instead of saying, what's wrong with you? You know better. Why did you get in that fight? Why can't you control your anger? Why did you fail that test? What's wrong with you? But really thinking about, I wonder what they've been through. I wonder what's going on at home. I wonder what they're struggling with right now. And some of the ways that you can show that you care is allowing the student to lead the way in what they do or don't want to share about their loss. This is so important. Being able to open that door to say to the student, I know you've been through something really difficult, and I just want you to know that I'm here if you want to talk about it, and I'm here if you don't, and really allowing them to share what they want. Getting their permission before sharing the information with other students, finding out what the student is comfortable with, if anything, with you sharing with other students who might be asking. Providing choices to kids in general, but just, especially kids who've been through bereavement, they didn't have a choice in that. So wherever we can offer choices in the classroom environment and the school environment can be really empowering to those kids. Help them develop their strengths and interest, just checking in, just letting them know, hey, every day when I see you in the hall, I want you to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down to let me know if you're having a good day or a bad day. And then they don't even have to say anything if they don't want to, but that lets you kind of check in with them. And also they know that there's a caring adult for them. Greeting them if they've been out and letting them know that they were missed. Some other ways, sending the student to the nurse. I talk to campuses all the time about having some sort of arrangement with nurses to where, if the student just needs a break, they can just go rest in the nurse's office without being triaged and asked 20 questions and a parent being called. Just having some sort of signal that the child can give to let the teacher or the counselor or whoever know that they need some time to rest. Allowing them to eat or assist them in getting food if needed, depending on their circumstances. Easing their transitions. This helps with those trauma reminders or loss reminders that may be loud sounds and crowded hallways and things like that. Reteaching lessons or postponing testing, letting them retake a test, having some flexibility within the, being able to provide some modifications without necessarily needing it to be really formalized through a 504 or an IEP, but certainly using those tools if needed. And then I really can't say this enough is presence, the presence of us as a caring, trusted adult. It can be so, can be the primary way that we support students. I think as well-intentioned adults, helpers, we always want to know exactly what to say, when to say it, how to say it, who to say it to, the right way to say things. And it's not really about that. It's about being a safe space for these kids to know that they can come and talk to us if they need to. And then I love this slide. This is from the NCTSN. It's just got some great additional coping strategies, I think, that I hadn't even thought about for myself. But I think that it's a good slide to think about maybe some different ways that we can, different suggestions we can offer to kids to get them thinking about kind of more helpful ways that they can be coping. And then when to seek support. So when the behaviors impact different parts of their daily life, when they have extreme signs of depression, of course, any gesture related to self-harm or mention of suicidal or homicidal ideation, any signs of possible PTSD. And I always say, when in doubt, refer out. If you have any question about whether or not this child needs some additional support, just make a referral, get some extra support, get them assessed. It's never going to hurt as long as the child is also open to that referral. All right. So we are going to make a big shift just for the last couple of minutes, because I know we have to wrap up soon. And again, this is a topic that I could spend so much time talking about, and I'm going to do it in about 5 minutes. But it's really important. And I think as you end this day, this heavy, really informative, hopefully day, you're thinking about yourself and thinking about making a shift in terms of, now let's stop thinking about the way that we support students, because one of the main ways we can do that is by taking care of ourselves and recognizing the impact that this work has on us. And these are some of the terms that we think about when we think about the cost of caring. And they often get used interchangeably, but they do have some subtly different meanings. So secondary traumatic stress, this is when we are experiencing post-traumatic stress symptoms, but now it's not because of our own experiences with trauma or loss. It's because of the things that we're being exposed to, the stories that we're being exposed to from the people that we're working with, from the students we're working with, from our colleagues. And I'll share an example of what this looks like in a minute. Vicarious trauma and grief, this is really a more theoretical term that refers to the very slow-moving toll that our work takes on us over time that changes our view of the world. Think about the beginning of your career and kind of how you viewed the world, and think about it now. And is it different? And is it not different for the better? If so, that could be some vicarious trauma. Excuse me. And compassion fatigue, this is a term that was coined by Charles Figley in the 90s, it's to use to describe secondary trauma, but it really is just the gradual lessening of compassion over time. It's being tired of taking care of people at home, taking care of people at work. You're just depleted. And then burnout's actually the most different from the other three, because the other three are very specifically related to our indirect exposure to trauma and loss and to our work as helpers. Burnout is more related to the demands of our job, and burnout can be felt in any kind of industry. It's related to things like long hours and being asked to do more with fewer resources, being asked to do things you don't feel trained to do, not having supportive leadership or colleagues. Those are the types of things that lead to burnout, whereas our indirect exposure to trauma and loss lead to these other three things. Oops, sorry. I like to call this the S word, because I think that self-care, I'm like trying to come up with a more creative, I don't know, robust word, because self-care is a buzzword. I think now it gets, we all know it. We know we're supposed to take care of ourselves, but nobody has time for that. However, I like the NCTSN's definition of self-care, because for me, at least, it was a reframe in how I viewed it, less about like looking at our what we're incorporating into our lives as like New Year's resolutions, and more about looking at it as in line with our values. What are the things that I value the most in my life? And then what do I need to do to make sure that I'm not compromising my values as I go out and do this work? And there are definitely, and these are just a few cultural considerations we know, even when we talk about self-care practices, that we want to consider. There's no one size fits all approach for self-care, just like there's no one size fits all intervention for kids. And I saw that someone put in the chat the book Burnout by Emily and Amelia Nagoski. And I usually actually talk about that book in my discussions. That is one of the best books. And there's a couple more that I can provide if you're interested as resources. I'm going to share this little 1-minute video that kind of illustrates this whole concept. All right, that was sponsored by your local SPCA, so go out and get yourself a dog today. But really, how many of us can relate to that? We're just taking on everyone's stuff, and it weighs us down and weighs us down. And if we're not processing that stuff out of our body, it can have long-term impacts on us and on our health. Here are some of those risk factors that might put us at risk for being impacted by the cost of caring. I would venture to say that every single person is at risk for the cost of caring. No one is immune from this. And this isn't something that I was taught in school. I spent a lot of years thinking that sorry, I got distracted by Ken's comment that we put him in the movie. If I was impacted by my work, that something was wrong with me, that I was doing something wrong, that I was weak, that I wasn't a good social worker. And that's not it, right? These are natural consequences to our indirect exposure to trauma. And these are just some of the warning signs. And I'm going to go through them a little bit quickly, but you all have access to these slides. So please know that, because I know we're moving too quickly. But these are some of the warning signs that we're experiencing the cost of caring. And what that means is that we need to make a shift. That's our signal to ourselves that something needs to shift in us. And sometimes that shift is big, and sometimes that shift is small. Sometimes it's personally, sometimes it's professionally. But the good news is that there are many benefits to our work, many, and I'm only going to talk about 2, but that's not because there aren't more. The first one is called compassion satisfaction. This is when we get pleasure from helping other people. The next one is vicarious resilience. When we experience positive transformation by seeing other people overcome adversity. This is something that I experienced really profoundly in my work in Santa Fe. And the way that we make sure that we're reaping the rewards of our work and decreasing our risk for the cost of caring is by routinely caring for ourselves. And I want us to reframe how we think about self-care. It's not about what you're doing on the weekends or after work or on your holidays or days off, or that stuff is important. But what's more important is what you're doing each and every day as part of your routine to tend to yourself. There are a bunch of tools out there, and you all, I'm sure, are familiar with even more than I am. But just if you want to check in with yourself, The ProQual, the Professional Quality of Life Scale, is one that's freely downloadable. This lets you measure your level of compassion, satisfaction, burnout, and secondary trauma. And then there are tons of self-care inventories. If you don't like the NAMI one, you can just Google self-care inventory and find one that fits for you. But this is just a good way to kind of check in with yourself and say, hey, maybe right now I'm doing really well at taking care of myself physically, and I'm not doing so great at taking care of myself psychologically. It just lets you be a check-in for yourself. And then thinking about strategies for us to stay regulated so that we can stay within, I was going to talk about Dr. Dan Siegel's window of tolerance model, but thinking about staying within our window of tolerance when we're working with students. We can't help them be regulated if we are dysregulated. If we are in our hyperarousal or hypoarousal and our window of tolerance is closing, then we're not going to be able to help students, right? I always say that it is our ethical responsibility to take care of ourselves so that we can provide ethical, sustainable practices and support to students. And so kind of flipping the script of like, oh, I don't have time to take care of myself because I'm too busy taking care of everyone else. If you are not taking care of yourself, then you can't responsibly take care of everyone else. So what I would love for you all to do as we wrap up here, and I think Oscar and I are happy to stick around. I know we're really coming up on time, but happy to stick around for questions. Is just think about one way after, especially a day like this and attending such a meaningful workshops and conference, what you're going to do to kind of tend to yourself tonight and refresh yourself tonight as we transition out and the team closes out the day. And with that, thank you. And I will put up our contact information. If you would like more information about our trainings, you're welcome to sign up there. And I know we didn't leave enough time for questions, Felicia and Leora, but we're happy to stay on and answer any.
No, of course, all the thanks goes back to you. It's been such an honor to be in this space and learn from you. I'm sober. I always self-identify as a newbie in this area and glean on my colleagues heavily. And it's just all these key takeaways to go home with and practice. It's just beautiful and really appreciated you and Oscar so much.
Thank you.
With that,
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to Leora, who can lead us through the rest of our moments together.
Thanks, Felicia. These transitions, y'all. It's like I'm feeling like I'm back in high school. I'm like going from class to class to class to class to class. Okay. Before we go into a full day of close, again to Marissa and Oscar, a big thank you to hold a complex array of topics in 90 minutes. I hope that you're seeing in the chat box the gratitude. And I also would welcome us, just like we've been doing all day today, to really offer Ricky, LOL. Ricky's on our team. I just saw Ricky's name in my text chain, to offer Marissa and Oscar a thank you for some of the teaching that they have provided today. So if you can offer one takeaway that you gleaned from the 90 minutes. It might be something that you want to do more study with, more grappling with, deeper understanding about or for. One takeaway. And Oscar and Marissa, I'm going to welcome you to go off camera. You can see all the resonances pour into the chat waterfall.
Thank you.
Really big breath. Thank you, Marissa and Oscar, for being
For this opportunity. And
Yes,
I'm sorry that we moved so quickly. I know we stuffed too much in and we're working on it. That's all I can say. We're self-aware.
Listen, those of us who are the verbose, loquacious human beings, we're like grief nerds and want to tell the people all the things.
Yes. But thank you all. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for this amazing day of learning for everyone.
Thank you. I also want to say thank you for those great questions. There were some pretty challenging questions in the chat that really got me thinking. So I appreciate the insight and the resources that were shared as well. There's a lot of good conversations that can be had around this topic. So I appreciate the enthusiasm to ask and to challenge us.
Yeah, absolutely. Resonance. And a gratitude to you for handling complex questions in a Q&A box.
Yeah.
It's all good. I like it.
Okay,
Thank you. We'll hop off.
beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna invite you to take a breath. It's been a long day. My hair had curls at the beginning of the day. It's totally flat now, but here we are. All right, team, all community, I'm gonna invite you to take a big breath. Roll shoulders if you can. I'm gonna invite you to remember that young person that you dedicated today's learning to. I'm going to offer my colleagues to bring up the gratitude slide. It's been a really, really rich day. Yesterday, rich day. Today, rich day. We started our day talking and learning with Roberto Rivera. Remember, that was still today. That was still this morning, today. Amazing. We then had a full panel on grief awareness and crisis response, held gorgeously by Erin and offered by Tyle and Santoy and Hannah. That was also today. And then we led a discussion on cultural humility with Canada and Nicole and Samira. And then we just were engaged in pretty complex and dense and important conversations with Oscar and Marissa. Queuing again for my colleagues to bring up the thank you slide. Lovely. So it's been like I said, it's been a very full day. Helping our bodies metabolize, process, digest, or as Roberto said, compost, compost. And really going back to what Roberto opened us with, a celebration of already the funds of knowledge, the skills and grief attunement and grief knowledge that we already brought into the space just by way of being human in this world. That our grief cultural capital is present, and that what we did today was add a little bit more flavor, add a little bit more spice. So the reminder is the ingredients are already there. You already have it. I already have it. Sometimes it's by taking off one spice, as Tyle was saying, unlearning, and sometimes it's adding more. Oh, I love that community member who just said, thank you for 2 days of learning, grieving, loving, and remembering. Yes, gorgeous. Okay. I'm going to offer us a moment to share something that you received, something that you learned, something that you valued in this space, and maybe even more, something that you are still wondering. You are still wondering, how might I, how do I, how might I, and how do I? Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a couple to come into the space, and I'm gonna invite our staff, our team, to get a chance to also process your own learning and invite staff to also add in. Okay, yes, so we hear, as a disaster response team member, this was great. It helped me to heal. This was a safe space, healing and full of peace. All of the information and experiences shared. I'm gonna see a couple more. The various voices, perspectives, and messages of hope. Yeah, we intentionally, in the design of these 2 days, wanted to get a diversity of identity, of training, of geography, of role, so that you can get kind of like a Las Vegas buffet of different access points into your grief sensitivity work. Meeting people where they are and not making assumptions or have expectations. I learned that sometimes we don't ask the youth the right questions. Yeah, we might need to do some oops and ouch with young people that we serve. Creating and opening creative spaces for children to create their own grief work. Yes, as Samira was saying, walking alongside with someone. Yeah, creating, how might I create the same kind of space in my community? Yeah, love. Oh, someone's really finding so much resonance with Nicole's CARES model, and hopefully also the humility that Nicole shared in how they retooled the model. Yeah, someone's offering that due to the fast pace of education, there are many with whom I work who rush students instead of just being with them. That's something that some of us say a lot. We say, how can we be less human doers and more human beingers? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Canada, in the chat. Okay. Yes. I'm going to move us forward. Oh, I'm seeing so many familiar community names in the chat. This is making me feel so connected. If you hold up your phone to the QR code, you will also get this link when you close today and an email. I want to reiterate, just as I said yesterday, that the main way that we as the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network are evaluated by our funder is by the number of surveys that we get filled. So you may think, oh God, they don't read through them. Oh gosh, they don't care. Like, oh, another survey. Wow. Let me tell you, they're really essential for us to be able to continue this no-cost work. So Felicia just dropped the link into the chat. Please, there are two parts of the survey. One is a little bit more technical and one's more reflective. Or maybe, as Nelda said yesterday, one's more, I was going to try to do responsive. No, never mind. Everyone, it's been a long day. We're going to move ahead. We're not doing that. Please fulfill it. Please, please, please complete the survey. Okay. Last but not least, let's go to the next piece. I want to do a wild thank you, full bolded, italicized, highlight emoji, sunflower, rainbow thank you to the amount of people, very small team that went into this huge effort. It takes a village, as we were saying, to hold all the grief work. It takes a village to create space to hold all the grief work. So to Aaron and Casey, to Dave, to Felicia, to Shelby, to Gabriel, to Oriana, to Jessica, to Heather, to Shelby and Ricky. And I also thank myself. We're so grateful for all of you to putting this together. And I want to remind you of a couple things before we offer a closing meditation. A couple things. Although I'm seeing Felicia come on video, which means you're going to stop me for a logistics thing. No.
Nope, Zoom kicked me off. Sorry about that.
Oh, great. But it's good to see your face. Wait, can we pause? Well, wait, Felicia, can you come back on for 1 second? Can the 372 people please give Felicia a huge round of applause? In the chat, round. Can we give you this amazing colleague, emails, contracts, organization, all of the graphics, the website, moderating, tech support, all while being a beautifully kind colleague. So this work could not have happened without you, Felicia. Thank you for being my co-partner in this. Incredible.
Thank you, Leora. You don't take enough credit either. You need a big round of applause all back to you and everybody on this slide. It's a true takes a village, and we are following and happy to be here in your space, Leora, and your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you. What a gift to have colleagues who are like, oh yeah, let's dream big. Let's do this. Okay. On that note, a couple last pieces. Yes, recording will be on our webpage. Yes, this deck, the PowerPoint deck, all of the resources, there's so much extended learning that I put together for you. That's up on the website. Yes, we will have Roberto's slides up on the website with the QR codes. Yes, we are going to go through all of the resources from yesterday and today and put them together for you. And yes, there is so much work to do. And this is one way, one step forward in our grief sensitivity. Marissa and Oscar closed with an invitation for us to be in community care. One way that we're going to offer a moment for us to metabolize the richness of our learning is I'm going to welcome our dear colleague, Oriana Edis, on screen. Oriana is going to walk us through a way for us to have, and you can take down the slides. We can take down the slides. Oriana, are you with us?
It's not allowing me to join.
It's not allowing you. I'm going to give you some power. Let me empower you through Zoom webinar. Okay. Oriana, our incredible colleague, is going to walk us through a meditation to close. And then you'll hear me, Oriana will pass it back to me, and then we will officially close this community. If you are one of those people that does a little bit of an eye roll and like, I don't have time for this, you are exactly the people we invite to stay a little bit longer. Let's be here with this practice. Thank you, Ariana.
Thank you. Thank you, Leora. Thank you to all of the heart and the work that went into this beautiful offering. What an incredible 2 days of learning and affirmation and reflection and inquiry around grief and mourning. I'm just really deeply moved by the purposeful action and hard work of everyone in the audience and everyone who presented. So in closing, we offer a Buddhist practice called metta, which translates as loving kindness or fellowship. And I'm also adding a bit to it in honor of Dia de los Muertos. So this offering is as well an offering to our beloved ancestors, those distant and new. This practice allows us to pause and truly feel into our humanity and our innate human needs for love, for safety, for connection, and for ease. It supports us also in cultivating compassion, as well as provides an opportunity to breathe and offer aspiration on behalf of justice and healing and global well-being. It allows us to be really intentional about the energy we take in and the energy we exude, and the regard in which we hold ourselves, our community, the world, and the work we do. I saw questions in the chat around, but how do we care for ourselves? We understand we must, but how do we? And I really do believe it is in slowing down. It is attuning to who we are, what we need, and it is extending the compassion, the grace, and the love that we give the world to ourselves. So the invitation is to engage however feels comfortable to you. I will speak and I invite you to follow along with my words and to center in your own breath, in your own body, in your own felt sensations. So in understanding that we are key to the wellness of the collective, metta always begins with the self. We'll start by calling awareness to ourselves. To our own physical, emotional, and cognitive being. If you can find comfort in your seat, make effort to ease and settle your breath, settle your body, relax your jaw, your shoulders. Notice your feet and your calves, allowing ease to wash over them. Find tranquility wherever you can in this moment. Notice your belly. Feel your breath warm your belly with each inhale. Bring awareness to your heart center. Bring awareness to your mind, the meaningful contribution you extended to this offering, the ways you showed up in your work today, the ways you maintain safety for others. Recite these words in your mind. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be well. May I be peaceful and at ease. May I work to end my own suffering and the suffering of others. Inhaling fully, suspending your breath as it circulates the crown of your head. Exhaling out your mouth, again, reminding to your body, ease, tenderness, softness. With your next breath, bring awareness to a beloved student or a school staff member who your community lost. A young person or colleague you've personally known or knew of. In this moment, hold them with deep reverence and appreciation. Feel into their dreams, their existence, their experience, their offerings to your community, their strives toward dignity. Feel your connection with them. Imagine in your mind's eye a shining light from their heart to yours. Recite to yourself, may their spirit be happy. May they be well. May they be safe. May they be peaceful and at ease. Inhale fully, suspend your breath at the crown of your head, and allow an exhale out your mouth. Now I invite you to bring into this space the energy of your ancestors and your familial lineage for generations back. Allow them to come into this space to your mind and your heart. Make an effort to see their humanity, their struggle, their beautiful attempt to make way for you and your existence. Feel into any glimmers of gratitude and love that emerge. Anger, grief, or sadness may arise. Don't judge those feelings or allow them to settle. Note them as signs your heart is boundless, softening, revealing what is held there. With whatever patience, acceptance, and kindness you can bear for such feelings, for the duality, direct loving kindness towards them. Recite to yourself, may our ancestors and our ancestral energy be safe. May they be well, may they be happy, may they be peaceful and at ease. With our final collective breath together in this stage of metta, think of all the energies together, yourself, your beloved school community member, your ancestors, our entire ancestral lineage. Now extend your feelings of love and kindness further to everyone in this institute right here. To everyone in your school community, to our school districts, to the indigenous people of the land you are on at this moment, their dreams and efforts towards life and dignity. Allow your loving kindness to extend to everyone in your city, in your town, on this continent, and so on throughout the world. Allow waves of loving kindness to wash over us all. Recite in your mind's eye, may we all be well. May we all be safe. May we all be happy. May we all be peaceful and at ease. May we all work to end the suffering, our own and that of others. Breathing in deeply, maybe the deepest breath you've taken all day. Exhaling fully out your mouth. If your eyes are closed or your gaze is raised, I invite you to come back to the screen, come back to this moment. Share anything you received from that practice in the chat, and I hand it over to Leora.
Thank you, Oriana. You would like that meditation and a version of it, it's on the School Crisis Recovery and Renewals website for educator healing that Oriana, we have a clip of Oriana doing a metta. Thank you. It's 3 p.m. here in California, 4 p.m. Mountain, 5 p.m. Central, and 6 p.m. Eastern. So we are going to close the 2020-23 Grief Sensitive Virtual Learning Institute for the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network. We are grateful to be in community with you. We're grateful to be in loving grief justice work with you. May those you love be happy. May those you love be free. We'll see you soon. Thank you.